in the Yoruba community. So if we go by all of these examples and the establishment and the actions of the Yoruba people, we see that the Yoruba worldview is a spiritual worldview. They're one and the same. The Yoruba see things from a spiritual perspective, and it's not just a perspective that is given to priests or kingsmen. It's a perspective that is within the community. It's a way of life. It's how the people navigate the world. Now, let's now go to the Yoruba theory of perception. The Yoruba theory of perception, which is derived from Ori, man, as the originator of his thoughts and perception. So let's understand this very deeply. Man is the originator of his thoughts and perception and knowledge. Now, if we go through the theory of Yoruba perception, which is how man navigates and see the world, we see that the Ori is accompanied by two sides, the Ori Ode and Ori Inu. Ori Ode is, we can see the Ori Ode has many aspects. The ears, where you used to hear sound, the eyes, where we used to see, the nose, where we used to smell, and the mouth, where we used to speak or taste. And we also have the skin. So these are the attributes or the components that allow the Ori to perceive information from outside. The eyes, the ears, the mouth, the nose. And this is what the Yoruba people call the Ori Ode. Now, when these are the theories of Yoruba perception, we're talking about a human being, how the human being perceives the world. Without these five things, the human being cannot receive any information from the outside world. Then, when we now go deeply, the Yoruba people see another aspect of Ori called Orinu, which can be defined as the soul or the mind. Now, this part of the Ori possesses things like critical thoughts, imagination, which Yoruba people call Orin, Ojunu, intuition. Intuition is a form of knowledge that is not logical. Reason being that it's not an analytical process. It's something that is done out of awareness of self or environment. And we'll look deeply more into that as we step forward. So we also have extrasensory perceptions and dreams and visual cognition in the Orino. So we've differentiated these two things, whereby we see Oriode is the one that has the eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth, the skin. But Orino has a more subtle aspect, which deals with critical thinking, imagination, intuition, dreams, visual cognition, whereby you remember somebody, memories, or you imagine something, or you visualize something. These are the attributes of Orinu. So and also Yoruba people see the interplay between Orinu and Oriode. There's a connection between Oriode and Orinu. When they say Orinu abufuntode, or there's a verse in Ogbeyonu that says Ọrùn mi ọrùn dùndún, ọfà mi tí ọfà mi ọfà tẹ̀tẹ̀, tí bá ń ta jẹ̀lẹ́kẹ́ ní ró, adífá fún orí inú abùfúntòde, orí inú ò mo ṣẹbọ kó má bà tòde mi jẹ́, orí inú mo ṣẹbọ. So we see that there is a relationship between an Ori Ode and Orinu in the Yoruba perception of the world. How do Yoruba people see the world? How do they depict? How do they analyze it? We see that they analyze from Orinu and Ori Ode. Now, the Orinu, which is the inner world, the inner head, the center of the self, the one that embodies the human potential, right? And then the Ori Ode is just the expression or the physical observation of the Orinu. You understand? That is the difference between the two of them. And both of them always interact. Now, we can also see this perception when we see Oju Ode and Oju Inu. Oju Ode is the Oju Lasan, but Oju Inu is the inward eye that depicts like the Oju Okan, the man's eye. Oju Ode is to basically see the material realities. But Ojuinu is to discern and penetrate deeply into nature. And this perception can vary, depends on how deep you want to go. You can have thinking, visual cognition, all the rest. I think we've spoken about that before. And we also have something Yoruba people call ogboinu. Why am I defining all of this? I want us to differentiate how the two of them function and what they really mean. Now, we have something called ogboinu. Ogboinu can be seen as intuition, right? We've seen Oju, so we have Oju that sees physical things, material things, but we also have an Oju that can bring visual cognition to you. So these two of them don't function on the same principle. They function on two different principles. Now, the Ogboninu itself, it can imply many things. It can imply the ability to construct and deliver words in a manner that connotes a deeper level of sensitivity and maturity. Wọ́n ní tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá sọnù òwe la máa fi wá. So ọgbọ́n inú is the construct of proverbs in Yoruba land can also be seen as a creation of ọgbọ́n inú, because proverbs are like verbal art. They're not just words, they're not just simple words that we construct to communicate, but they're a deeper form of thought, process, critical analysis goes into creating proverbs. So we can see that there is a inner awareness. So Ogbainu suggests that there's an inner awareness that understands and organizes the world within itself. And we can also see that the human mind is multidimensional and can operate on different levels. So the Yoruba believe that there's an inner world and there's an outer world. The inner world can lead us deeply into more deeper understanding of reality, while the outer world can only give us physical, material realities. So it is important that we understand these two things and see why Yoruba people see the world in a spiritual way, and why the spiritual worldview is embedded into the Yoruba community, why it's interwoven. Because the human that creates the reality, the human being that actually sees the world in two perspectives, from the Oju Ode, which is the Ori Ode, and Orinu. So he sees the world from the material things, understand the material things from the Ori Ode. But from the Orinu, he understands it in a more deeper sense. And I think at this point, I'll just take a pause so that the other co-hosts can contribute, and then we'll go further to understand how Ori is the originator of thoughts, perception, and the creator of its own reality. Thank you. Mrs. Idumayekemi, you can go now.
Oh, okay. Olori, I wasn't thinking you would end so soon, but it's okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. This is Thank You first, and yeah, I'm so glad to have you here. It's beautiful to converse along with you.
Miss Idumayekemi,
Talking about
your
the
line is breaking.
this starting yesterday. I don't
Your
know
line is breaking.
what to do. I've been doing very well since. I don't know what to do.
Maybe you can, I don't know, turn off your connection and come back. Miss Ifadari, do you have anything that you want to contribute to this before I move forward?
Um, well, I mean, first and first, thank you for having me, Boru Aboye, to everybody on stage. First and foremost, I just want to say that when we're talking about the Yoruba worldview, we have to talk about the Yoruba environment and how this worldview moves from the Yoruba environment to what we call philosophy today. First and foremost, all knowledge comes from the people's environment. It's interaction that people have with the environment, which, as a matter of fact, it's the environment that shapes psychology, and the people's psychology shapes the interaction the people have with the environment. which we call ecology, and that interaction shapes mythology, and then the mythology in turn shapes the metaphysics, and then the metaphysics shapes the philosophy, the moral philosophy, the natural philosophy, and the spiritual philosophy, and the totality of their philosophies shape their science and technology. So we really have to understand that sequential order in the evolution of knowledge to even begin to understand Yoruba worldview. So we have to master environment. We have to study nature. We have to be observant, because without being well versed in our environment and things going on in our environment, we'll not be able to develop our mythology. um, and then from our mythology, that's how we develop our metaphysics, the concept of Ori, and things of that nature, and that goes into, again, in developing our philosophy and developing our science and technology. The Yoruba people, for the most part, I think we are empiricists, um, because knowledge Yoruba land is based on historical data, or its experiential knowledge. The totality of Yoruba knowledge is stored in what we call the Ifa, literary corpus. And we have to access this knowledge from time to time. And we, as we know, if you look at the Ifa Ifa and the Ifa divination system, you see stories, and these are historical data, and then we use some of these stories in forecasting, in making predictions, and making our environment better. So Yoruba people believe in experiential knowledge, because there are two forms of knowledge, as we know. Some knowledge comes from rationalization, like from pure reasoning, and some knowledge based on collection of historical data. I, for one, tend to think that even knowledge that comes from rationalization, pure reasoning, you can still trace it back to empirical knowledge that's based on experience and based on collection of historical data. So I'm going to talk about a little bit um, about the Yoruba worldview, which are broken down into the Yoruba moral philosophy, Yoruba spiritual philosophy, and the Yoruba natural philosophy. I'm going to touch briefly on the Yoruba spiritual philosophy for now, and then allow the ladies to speak, and then I'll go back to the moral philosophy and the natural philosophy. So the spiritual philosophy, the Yoruba spiritual philosophy is based on the concept of Ori, as my sister has just previously said. Um, Ori, to me, is not just the head. Ori is the metaphysical head. Or Batala was the one, Orisha was the one that created, that molded humans, but it was Ajala. According to Babawada Bimbola, it was Ajala that actually created human heads. He was the one that dispatched the heads to the human, bodies. Now, Orunmila was there, and that's why Orunmila is being referred to as Eleri Ipin, someone who witnessed the distribution of heads. It was Ajala that distributes it. So there are some heads that are Oriire and Oriibi. Those are two heads. The owner of the head, you don't really know the kind of head that you've brought from heaven, so to speak. So the only way you can find out is by engaging in periodic divination, because Orunmila um, is the Orisha of knowledge, it's Orisha of information. So if you want to get information about what kind of Ori you have, then you have to engage in divination. Now, the fact that you have Ori B doesn't mean you are doomed. Ori B can be reappraised or amended, and Ori Ire can even though it's it's orire, that doesn't mean you just leave it alone and not do anything. You still have to guide that ori to the right path. And the fundamental way of doing that is by gathering information, is by getting information from you know um through divination, so that you can guide your ori to the right path, because you don't know what kind of ori. That's the mystery. You don't know what kind of ori you have. Now, some people said if ori is fixed, um because we know ori cannot be changed, it's fixed. It's what determines um, your direction in life. If it's fixed, then what is the essence of divination? If what's going to happen is going to happen, why are you engaging in periodic divination? Like, as I've previously stated, you don't know what kind of ori you have. The fact that you have a good ori doesn't mean you just sit back and relax. You still have to guide. You still need information. And the fact that you have bad ori, you are not doomed by that. You still also need information so that you can engage in sacrificial offering, so that you can, or itutu, so that you can also, so everything can be changed, and everything is based on your choice. Be it even if you have good ori or bad ori, it's based on your choice, because you have to make this decision to seek information from babalawo. And by getting the information, it's not enough to just get information. You have to, there are some procedures, recommendations that the babala will make, and one of the recommendations is usually a boruru. So you have to engage in a boruru so that your ori can be moved to the right path. But it's your choice. You First of all, it's your choice to go to the babalawo to determine the kind of ori you have, and what itutu or sacrifice you need to do to guide yourself to the right path. So all of this is your choice. And when recommendations are made, or prescriptions are made to you, you also have the choice to decide if you want to, do the offering or not. So everything is based on, rational choice. You are not forced to do it. Yes, your ori is fixed, but the decision to channel the ori to the right path, um, is based on the amount of information you can gather, and then you move it to the right path. When the next time I speak, I'll talk about Yoruba moral philosophy, the concept of Omoluabi, and its suites, like all the elements that are attached to the concept of Omoluabi in the Yoruba moral philosophy. And the next time I'll move to Yoruba natural philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. If
Okay.
I, Mrs. If you can make is your network better now?
Yeah, I'm just gonna use my AirPod so that I don't have to move the phone.
Your
Can you
network
hear
is
me
still
now?
no, your network is still breaking.
I don't know what to do anymore because I can hear you when you're
I think
talking.
it's
I can
better
hear
now.
everyone.
Just keep
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, because I can hear everybody, and I don't know. Okay. To approach this topic, I would want to start with what a worldview is. So, thank you to everyone who has spoken.
Yeah, your connection is bad. It-
So maybe
yeah,
I can hear, but I can.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
you're kind of
been
like going
hearing
in the
things.
matrix.
I don't know.
I think maybe you should step
I don't know
away.
what
You go to like a different location.
we use.
I think maybe you should turn off your network. You're in the matrix. Maybe you
Yeah,
should leave the room and come back.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so is it cool now? Is it
yeah,
cool now? I
yeah,
can
yeah.
Yeah,
see it
yeah.
actually. I can see it on my phone. So it's okay now?
Yeah, it's fine now, I think. Yeah.
Okay. On my phone, it's still saying the signal is poor, but it's okay. So when it comes to that means that before we even talk about a worldview, right? We must talk about a people, since it's a particular philosophy. You know, you can't reach philosophy without first converging as a people. And to converge as a people, you must have similar perspective. It is this perspective that becomes developed into what you call your philosophy, your moral philosophy, your social philosophy, your spiritual philosophy, and your science and your technology. And so the way people conceive life, the way a people conceive life is what you call their worldview. The Yoruba people, I think my network is bad again. The Yoruba people actually see the spiritual and the physical world as unity, and they see themselves as a representation that is a combination of this spiritual and physical world. Now, due to this Yoruba worldview, which is actually what I like to call a balanced worldview, the Yoruba people they were not merely respected for their outlook, but for the totality of their content. And that's the reason Yoruba customary law allows fair hearing. Their worldview is a concatenation of the seen and the unseen. This worldview ensures that the value of a living being isn't merely their outlook or financial worth. They say, "Aṣọ ńlá kọ́ ni èèyàn ńlá." Drawing from this worldview, we do not seek to take possession of the physical world alone, but also of the spiritual world. So in our actions and reactions, we consider things like àtúbọ̀tán, or yóò lẹ́yìn, and all of that. We don't look at the progression
You're in the matrix again.
there's one. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I think it's just what it is.
Are you using,
I can hear people even
are you using the Wi-Fi?
I'm using
I,
no, I'm using my phone's data. Okay. You can hear me now, right?
yeah, it's fine now.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
perfect.
because I'm at the windows and it's so uncomfortable, but I'm just gonna try. So, our worldview as a people, due to the Yoruba worldview, the value of a people is not merely their financial worth, right? When the Yoruba people see a woman, they're not looking at the hip line, they're not looking at the beautiful face, right? They are looking at the iwa. Iwa is the ewa of a Yoruba person because the outward alone, we are not a people who are externally simply or strictly externally motivated. There must be we have a balanced worldview, a worldview in which the real and the unseen are both they are both given due consideration. So due to this level of sophistication, some of the things we do may make us seem stupid to some people because looking at the way we don't exactly like let's say kill our enemies. Maybe instead of killing your enemies, if people attack you, you could just make them slaves, right? You could just capture them, but rather than just put a knife to the neck of someone who has come to compromise your territory, right? You could just take their living right. The living right of every human being is their right to freedom. So you can just withdraw that right to freedom and let them serve you for a desirable time, that you think is proportional to the distortion they have caused you. And then at some point when you feel that that person has become repentant, you just free them and allow them go back to where their territories are. You see, most of the things you see the white man do today is actually a copycat because these are the things that we did yesterday. Only that he tries to copy us, but because he doesn't have our worldview, he uses it to his own detriment. He uses it to his own harm. He uses it for only one reason because he does not know the propellant of that action that we take. If we keep slaves, why do we keep slaves? We kept them as an alternative to staining our hands with blood. And these are the bloods of people who try to kill us. But when we disarm them, we don't also look at, oh, let's just take their life because that life we cannot keep. And the knowledge that we used to disarm them was given to us by Eledumare.
So we have this sophisticated worldview that makes us a people that should be treasured, actually. So looking at our worldview and the concept of from our worldview, we got words like what my sister Olori was talking about. Oinu, you know. I think I put some of those things down. Let me look at. She was talking about oju inu, ori inu, ogbon inu. You know, if you look at all of these things, they have two components: inu and ode. The physical and I'm sorry, the virtual and the tangible, the spiritual and the physical. So when a people can reason in these dimensions, in the two dimensions that is recommended for that the human brain can capture, you will see that those people generally they become standard, sophisticated, and balanced people. Because the problem with the human race most times is that when we eat, even when we drink alcohol, we drink it because oh, there is enough to go around. So I got so much of it, so let me drink so much of it. You're not looking at the things that it can make you do. But that's not how our fathers are. Our fathers are actually very intelligent people who understand. It's not that our fathers have seen Oju Inu. It is that they know that when they sleep, they see things in their dreams. Some of these things they've never seen before. So what allows you capture when your eyes are no longer awake? So that means that they had already reached their own scientific discovery of naming things and differentiating things. So they know that anything that can allow you capture images must have the form of a high, right? It must be able to receive light, right? And then send the same, receive and transmit. So, but since that Oju is not the physical high, but it has the semblance of a physical high, then it has to be Oju. Now, the same thing for Ori Inu, because they say that oh, you can actually have you have an Ori Ode, which is the physical head that you are looking at. That oh, this person is handsome, this person is beautiful, and the rest. But then the fortunes of man may have nothing to do with the luxury or or the penury in their birth. So something else has to be responsible. Even if there is war besieging a village, a territory, you just see that for some reasons, maybe that could just be the time one person chose that. Oh, mo ti parí iṣẹ́ lóko, but I'm not ready to go home yet. I want to just sleep. I don't even want them to send me on any other errand when I get home. So let me just sleep in the farm. And he goes into his barn and sleeps, and then gets to the village and kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? So you see, these are the functions of So due to a long period of observation of nature, our ancestors discovered that some people just have this, they just have this, either things going very well for them, everybody liking them, or the opposite. They just discovered that there are other factors other than birth that can make or mar people in life. Some people were born into penury, into the abyssal of poverty, but then they will still become kings. Now, when you just like the lion and the jewel, no, sorry, the gods are not to blame. If you remember that story, you will see that it's a predestination. So these are the things that now form the concept of Ori. That okay, whatever the circumstances of one's birth, there's still another factor that remains an indeterminate until one lives to old age. That's when you can now know okay, kí come about, and it is the desire to reach this point of one's destiny before living one's life that led us to the development of Ifa, whereby a process of logical computations we arrive at the story that gave birth to the day that a particular child was born, and the kind of head that the person holding that the person who has spoken into that ikin carries. Because I like to look at the head from a different viewpoint. If you look at Ifa today, some people, the way some people use Ifa is actually very different from what Ifa is meant to be used for. But I believe that we actually have to start with crawling now, right? We have to start walking before we can start flying. So some of these things may be reserved for later, but for the sake of saying it, when we look at Ori itself, in nature, what does Ori look like? To me, in nature, Ori looks like the earth, the soil that we plant things on. Just the same way you see soil everywhere on the earth's surface. But these soils have different capacity to grow crops. Some are they can only grow weeds. Only weeds can go to them. Those weeds don't have value to humans, right? But they have value to nature because they cover the top surface from erosion. But for the ones that are going to have value to humans, that is what we call oriire. So if you look at the physical head and the earth soil, you will see that there is so much relationship on them. Air goes on the physical head. What do you call them now? Weeds or crops go on the physical head. Now, when you say you have oriire, when they do ifa for you, and when they consult ifa for you, and then they say you have oriire, most people just go to sleep, believing that oriire ni mo kúkú ní. Right? So kò sí bó ṣe rí, at the end of the day náà mo máa là ní. And you see that some of these people live and die and nothing good happens to them. Then they start blaming Ifá. Bàbá onífá yẹn ló sọ̀sọkúsọ. No, ibi tó yé bàbá onífá mọ ni bàbá onífá sọ mọ. And ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ yé ẹni tó gbà á mọ náà, òun ni òun ló constitute the problem here. When they actually say that you have Oire, this is my own understanding of Oire. It is that you have a fertile soil. Now, when you have a fertile soil, it means that your production can be optimized. But it requires one thing of you that it will require of every living being. It is that you have to make your effort. But for every effort you make, ní ṣe àṣedànù. Òun ló ń jẹ́ pé èèyàn ní oríire. So, as you are making efforts, your efforts are going to build. They're going to come into fruition. The soil of your life, ibi tó ti yàn, ibi tó ti bu yẹ̀pẹ̀ ilé ayé ẹ̀ dání, because all of us, bá ṣe wà nílé ayé, we are all a part of. We are all unity, and TBTW captures it perfectly. It's a union of complementary opposites, but everything all together is now unity. Now, which means that each of us, since we are all unity, which means that each of us is a part of something that convalesces into that one, into that unity. So the part where you picked yours from is actually the fertile earth part. Tí ó jẹ́ pé ó dá fún ènìyàn, as in ó dá fún it is good to keep to sustain the continuity of the human race, because you need good food crops, you need fertile earth to be able to sustain the continuity of the human race. It does not mean that ẹni tí ó yan
Is it
orí tí
just
ò wà
me
fertile
or
yẹn.
I
Okay,
can't hear
you
the
can hear
mic
me?
anymore?
Okay, someone said he can't hear me. Can others hear me?
I can
Yeah,
hear you.
we can hear you
Oh,
now.
okay, that means it's just you. Okay, so it means that where you picked yours from is actually from the fertile earth. And the advantages in this is that it will be beneficial for humans. So when you do, that's why IFA consultation is actually a very useful tool in predicting what to expect from a child and how to groom our children. Because it will make us know the ones that, these ones are to be preserved for the continuity of the human race. But when they now say, the fact that a child does not directly know does not mean that that child is not going to be useful for himself. And that is why we say by observation again, our people have said iṣẹ́ ni ògùn ìṣẹ́, which means that whatever kind of head that you choose, look at the white people now. You know they didn't get anything, but you see they've gotten everything. It is because of that iṣẹ́ ni ògùn ìṣẹ́ principle. So what I want to, because whatever kind of earth that you have, just like the desert nut, if by using knowledge and doing due diligence, you can always you can always change the lot of your land. And this is one thing that is very important. That's why the Bible says, "Let he that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall." It is important for you to know that you can be overrun, you can be overtaken, and you must never be too comfortable. Because anyone who is making efforts, anyone who is striving, can always get lucky. And anyone who is using his brain to think, to reason, to analyze, to try to solve problems can always change the condition of his life, which is the same thing with the soil. So it is important for us as a people to know that we have a very sophisticated worldview as Yoruba people, and you actually have to be a people before you can have a philosophy, and that philosophy is what you call your worldview. And the worldview of Yorubas is a balanced worldview, one in which the seen and the unseen is already factored. So when we make decisions of who to, where to go to, how to eat, how to sleep, how to walk, you will see that we are naturally moderate people. I don't know if anyone else has noticed. Yoruba people are actually very moderate. I was telling someone something yesterday. I said our ancestors are very wise, and Ifa is truly the closest to Olodumare, because when the Orishas were, more or less, when they were being sent to the earth in accordance with our worldview, they said Olodumare sent a couple of men and one woman. And I told the person, I said, look at, whenever you have more than one woman in the administrative team of a few men, you will see that there's going to become a rancor. Why is it so? I said that means our ancestors must have observed this thing for long enough to be able to know. They say, oh, it is not only in their husband's house. It is not only when they are doing business together. It is just their natural tendency to rival. So our worldview is sophisticated, and we are a moderate people because we understand that whatever, even if you're crying now, it does not forestall the chances that you will be smiling in the next minute. So taban sunkún, a máa sun níwọ̀nba. Bàbá ń yọ̀ náà, a máa yọ̀ níwọ̀nba, because a mọ̀ pé gbogbo nǹkan ìgbàlódé bá wọn. Gbogbo nǹkan kò sí èyí tí a mọ̀ pé nothing lasts forever, so ìgbàlódé bá ohun gbogbo. And in the same vein, we understand that tí a bá wá ń jẹun, if the harvest is good, you understand, kò mean pé ká fi ọwọ́ méjèèjì ká fọwọ́ mẹ́wàá jẹun. You see, this Yoruba worldview is actually a multi-million-dollar business, selling the Yoruba worldview to the world. Because if you look at the world today is an impatient world, a world of men who want to take the whole world, forgetting that we are ourselves, we are a part of the whole world. So how do you take the whole world? You see, it's actually a quest for nothingness. One day my father told me that I should encircle my arms, right? Because I wanted to be everything. I wanted to be a doctor, I wanted to be an engineer, I wanted to be a lawyer. And I kept asking my daddy, why can't I finish university at 16 so that by 20s, I would have had all those 3 degrees. Then, since my dad knows that I'm too ambitious, I want to be everything because I can just be, I just feel since it's easy for me to learn everything, then why can't I be everything? My dad then told me one day, he said, "It's my time." I said, "Yes, Daddy." He said I should hold my 2 hands together, as in, like, when you imagine making a space in between your 2 arms, like making your elbow curve. So my daddy said I should stretch the elbow. I should pretend that there is money in between here now, and I want to pack as much as I can. So I bent, I spread my legs, I circled my arms, trying to, use my chest and my head to pack as much. So when I finished, I said, "Daddy, this is the most I can do. I can't go beyond this." You know what he told me? He said, "Okay, show the lójú pé o ò lè ṣe jù bẹ́yẹn náà lọ." I said, "Yes, Daddy." He then told me that I should look at it again. I should look at the space I have covered. I looked at it. He said, "Kẹ́mi, anything tí o bá ní nílé ayé, asán lórí asán ni. Àní mú nǹkan kan lọ síbì kankan. Bọ́n ṣe bí wa la ṣe máa padà. All of these things are for our comfort here. So you should never try to be beyond anything that I want to do, that I should do it for humanity. I should do it for my people. And I should do it for ọjọ́ tí mi ní lè gbìyànjú mọ́, that I should not try to gain the world, that it is a vain chase." But because we left our parents and we left our philosophy and we tagged on with the white man's philosophy, his philosophy of capitalism, which says that you should have capital. So how much capital is enough is undefined, because inflation and all the economic forces can always continually shift the assumed point of comfort into the future and make you lose comfort again and begin the chase. It is actually a blind chase. It's a vain chase, and the whole essence is to keep you, it's just to keep you, it's just to keep you moving, which is actually not what we are here for in life. We're actually here to enjoy the earth. That is why Eledumare made us. The same way you see those animals in the bush jumping from one tree to the other, enjoying the essence of their existence. But human beings, we are actually the sufferers on the world stage today because we just cage ourselves up in some small houses, and every time we are checking the value of those houses, and we become very happy. We go to the bank or we check our, we do business, and then you did this business with 20 million naira, you have made 5 million, you're like, okay, if I can do this business 4 times, then I can double my money, so I can get like 40 million before the end of the year. It's all about, I'm not saying that we shouldn't try, but what I'm saying is that the worldview that pervades the world today, the worldview that is propelling the world today, is a very dangerous worldview, and it is antithetical to the Yoruba worldview. So the Yoruba man should not find himself caught in it. The first and most important Yoruba worldview is that you must secure the earth of your fathers. Because if the earth of your fathers is not secure, then you are not secure. Then you are going to be a destitute. If you're destitute, you're a slave. You will have to answer to the pandering of a people who are very different from you. Possibly you don't eat poo where you come from. Possibly they eat poo where they come from. Everything is going to change your psychology, and you are going to lose your person. And the Yoruba worldview is jealously guarded by the Yoruba people because they believe that without that worldview, then they are no more, which is why to a very large extent today, because of the large, what do you call it now, deflection of Yorubas into worldviews that do not preserve their own worldview, you can see that the Yoruba people no longer exist in actual terms, because the capitalist worldview is not the Yoruba worldview. Our economic worldview is one of eat and let live. When we kill animals, when we go into our dense forest that Olodumare has bequeathed to us, we do not try to kill all the animals so that it is in my own house that you have the orangutan and you have the kiniun and you have the... No! We just take what we need. And that way, the forest survives and remains a central bank to us, where we can always go. We can hide from predators, we can hide from enemies. We can take what you call them now, herbs that we use for our medicine and the rest. But by the time you latch on to a people whose worldview is, oh, let's break the forest down, let's make papers, let's kill, because they don't think they are killing the forest, even though they know they are killing the forest. But I mean, it's not their forest, so what do they care? They preserve theirs, and then they come and kill your own forest. But then they tell you, oh, take papers. Look at the Igbos now saying that they own Lagos. I mean, if you have bought 70% of a place, it's not. I'm not saying this to mean that they bought 70% of Lagos. I doubt that they even have 10% of Lagos. But if you bought the Yoruba worldview, normally you are not going to sell your land to a stranger. We don't sell lands in Yoruba. According to the Yoruba worldview, because it is a gift of nature. We can give you a place to stay. And look at the logic in that. We give you a place to stay, right? You might have stayed for 50, 100 years and you feel too comfortable. And one time you want to become a tool to our own, I mean, a tool that is to our detriment. What do? We call you, we sit you down, and we tell you the story of how you came to being in that place. And then we give you 7 days to find your way out. You see that you can only have that authority, that command, so over your territory, because you did not collect money, you did not sell it. So ile is like ohun is like no, that's not what I wanted. That's not the word I want to use. Ile is actually like it's the extent of our magnificence. So nothing exchanges for it. When the white man came to Native America, and told them they want to buy the land from them, those ones say, okay, so what do you want to give us for it? Then the white man brought his money, and then the Native Americans took that money, they put it in fire, and it got burnt. So he then asked the man that, so this thing that we get, he now carried the sand, you understand, the soil, the earth, and put it in fire and it does burn. So he said, you will give me something that fire will conflagrate. in exchange for something that he said, do you even know, can you count? He gave him the sound. He said, okay, count this. You have counted this paper, count this sound and try to burn it. So at the end of the day, that's to show that though the natives everywhere in the world have been sophisticated, they knew better. And so also was the Yoruba worldview. We don't sell land so that an alejo will not come and will not be arguing, contesting our stance simply because he has rights, he has let's call it legal rights to a property that is in our agbegbe. Also, in continuation of the Yoruba worldview, the Yoruba worldview about marriage is that we do not marry people who are external to us because their ideals will be external to us. That is number one. Number two is that their purpose, if the purpose of their people conflicts with ours, what is going to be their stance? That means we can have internal strife, and internal strife destroys a people far more than external strife. Because in internal strife, you can be my brother, and because you are my brother, you have the advantage of hearing what I'm saying. And if you aim to oppose it, to destroy it, you would have had the beauty of espionage. You would have had the leverage of espionage. You would know everything we want to say. So the Yoruba worldview has to do with how the Yoruba people eat, what the Yoruba people don't eat, what the Yoruba people don't kill. We don't kill female animals normally. We don't kill pregnant animals, and to a large extent, we don't kill female animals. The white man says, kill any animal, it's just an animal. But look at, by killing female animals, you can see that the capacity of the animal kingdom to reproduce becomes reduced by a very significant factor. And then we now have a form of extermination, because of due to large poaching of those animals, which has now resulted in us eating what I call fertilized animals. Animals that when you eat them, the taste is lost. If the taste is lost on you, the essence is lost on you to a large extent. So the Yoruba worldview is a conservative worldview. The Yoruba worldview is a sustainable worldview. And the Yoruba worldview is a balanced worldview. Thank you very much. I hand over to another moderator.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marie Kemi. Thank you, Ifadari as well. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. I'm going to touch on some of the things both of you said, which you said very nicely. But I'm also going to talk about it from which is Ori, the selection of Ikme, from an Ifa verse that I really like. And this verse says, Ajitu gbaye, arìngìnìngìnì gbaye, ó jí ní kùtùkùtù, ó ń rọwọ̀ sáré gọ̀ lọ́rùn. Adífá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà, bàbá ń tàn bọ̀ wálé ayé. Adífá fún ọmọ ènìyàn, wọ́n máa pín sèrò mẹ́ta láyé. Àwọn tí wọ́n wá ṣayé, àwọn tí wọ́n sì wọ́n wáyé, àwọn tí wọ́n wá wòran láyé. Gbogbo wọn, wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá ṣe ohun mẹ́ta ní ayé. Wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá hùwà ire, wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá hùwà ibi, wọ́n ń bọ̀ wá hùwà kò ṣe bí kò ṣeré. Á sẹ́ mọ̀gàmọ̀gà kí wọ́n rọwọ̀ sáré gbọ̀ lọ́rùn. Adífá fún àgbọn mìrègún, ó ń tìkọ̀lé ayé lọ sí kọ̀lé ọ̀run. Ó ń lọ sọ́dọ̀ Elédùmarè, ó lọ rèé béèrè ọ̀rọ̀. Èyí tí rí tÉlèdùmarè fi dáhùn mẹ́ta, kó fi dáhùn mẹ́ta sílé èrò mẹ́ta àti ohun mẹ́ta sílé ayé lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣoṣo. Ó ní a kì í dákọni mẹ́ta sílé ayé kán má fi ipá gbára wọn. Nítorí tó bá fi agá gbára wọn, ìkan á tẹ̀. Olódùmarè ní òun fẹ́ mọ bí inú ọmọ aráyé ti rí ni. Now, when we speak about Ori and Ikpin, you must understand that the purpose of everybody coming to earth is not the same. Some people, if you like, their intuition, their sensitivity is not, their comprehension is not up to a certain level, because what they came to do on earth, they didn't come to do anything. They just came here to just observe and just see how the world works and just go back. That's why you have some people that you call Abiku Omo, they don't law. One washing kokon ní ayé. They didn't come to do any. And there are some people that they came to this world to do ibi. Even if you like, talk from today to tomorrow, that's what they're going to do. You know why we must understand this? So that we understand that our Ikpin is not the same. Torí ó ní odù kan tí máa ń kà. Wọ́n ní odù yẹn, wọ́n ní má ṣe gbàgbé ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ la yẹ̀dá. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni gbogbo wa ń yẹ̀dá. so that we can focus on our own journey. And when we focus on our journey, we pick people who are in sync along without force. We naturally attract them to move along with us. So this Ifa made us know that everybody's not the same, Ikawa or Dogba, and they will never be the same. And you must make peace with that. Some people picked Ori that they came here to do. What they came here to do is that, and that's it, nothing more, nothing less. And like Moluwo would say, we are all on different level of evolution of our consciousness. Our consciousness is not on the same level. Everybody. Some people perceive things deeply. Some people don't. Some people understand things deeply. Some people don't. Some people, there are many Oricon share the same thing. So we must understand it so that we can also tolerate people and be compassionate and see people and understand that this is where they are and this is where we are. And we're also trying to move forward. Now, the reason why I'm speaking about Ori is to understand not Ori from a concept, but also from us as humans. Who are we? Because the truth of the matter is, before the old technology came into human life and other things came into human life, the only thing human beings were studying were themselves. And they were able to study themselves to a point whereby, not just in nature, because we assume that nature are the things we see around us. We are in pure nature. We are pure nature, pure from head to toe. Everything about us is nature. So we study nature from within us because you can't be outside all the time. Nature is here with you. You have to be here. You have to be within yourself to understand the outward. So the first thing human beings were drawn to were themselves because they didn't have much distractions. They didn't have phones, they didn't have all these, and their wants were limited to just a home to sleep, survive, and all that. So these things were them, gone, woo, me here, not out there. Now, what do you employ to this knowledge you've gathered, the life experiences you've gathered? How did you gather them? You only gather them through your physical body. There's not, and your mind. That's the only two places. How the thing is, you ask yourself a question: how does your mind get information that it stores? Your mind plays memories. Your mind gives you dreams. Your mind plays so many things. How does it give you how does it get the information? How is it getting? It's getting information through your senses, which are audio day, what you see, because your memories are constituted of your experiences, right? So your mind is getting your information from the Oreo day. That's what I'm trying to make you understand now. That is Ori itself is us as people. We, every day as we born, even if you give birth to a child tomorrow, the things that we employ to understand the outside world is your real day. The phones and everything are just technologies. But what we use to actually operate them are our hands, our body. And this is how the mind gets information. Then it goes inside the Orinu. The Orinu Gangan is the one that operates the outside based on what the outside gives it, which is the input. It plays the record of your memories for you based on what you have given it to it. So now this is why we must differentiate how we, as not just Yoruba people, as human beings, see the world and how we still exist till today. It's a function of Orinu and Oriode. Now, let's now go to the Ori as the originator and of thoughts, perception, and and the creator of his reality. And also, we'll see Ifa, how Ifa comes into play. I'm not talking about because we have to understand that from an individual, then we go into a communal setting. So we're seeing the Ori as the individual deity of every Yoruba person. So every Yoruba person, at some point, perceive the world as an Ori. So Ifa as the guide and the Atorian Totunwashi. Ori is that which we give praises to, that which we adore, that which we cry to, that which we cry to adventures, that which we honor to fulfill our destiny. And no Orisha can bless us without the permission of our Ori. Wọ́n ní kò sóòṣà tí ń gbé yín lẹ́yìn orí ẹni. Ó ní orí là bá bọ ká tó bọ òrìṣà. Orí ẹni lòòṣà. And we have to understand what Yoruba, and this is why I say that if we can understand how the Yoruba people employ their senses to see the world, we can understand who the Yoruba people are. And understand how they appear psychologically, physically, emotionally, whatever, how they appear. Whether they appear as a king or they appear as a Ogboni, all that is an expression of the person inside. The person inside is what I want you to see. Now, the Ori itself, right? The Orisha. Why are Yoruba people calling their legends Orisha? What do they mean by Orisha? The one Ori picked, right, and blessed and endowed. Now, Yoruba people call Orisha because they see the world in a spiritual way. They don't see things just physically. They see the world, so their representation of who they would possess the highest level of consciousness would be an Orisha. Now, in the Yoruba community, in Ifa itself, the study of Ifa, Ori is the most important assignment. That is why we are doing Ebo. That's why we are doing Ibo. That's why we are going to Ifa. All is because so that Ori can get to. And Ifa is there. It's the tool and the device that people put together, the ancestors put together for us to achieve our aim as a community, as an individual, as a family, and as a nation in the world. The Ori emanates the source of all human capabilities, potentials. Um, but the current educational system here now, because the current educational system focuses on just the Ori Ode, the acquisition of the Ori Ode, which now promotes a rationalistic intelligence, to acquire professional skills, right? The Ori Ode wants to acquire professional skill to secure the Ori Ode. That is what the Ori Ode wants to achieve. And this is what the educational system that we practice now only focuses on. How to become a doctor, how to become a lawyer, how to become all of these things, to become a professional skill. They're not teaching you how to manage your internal self, which is the Orinu that Yoruba people reference. And that is why most people now care about money, because money is attached to the upkeep of the Ori Ode. But the Orinu requires no financial help. All it requires is alignment. That's all the Orinu requires. So the two of them require two different things. And this is the system they are working on. And I believe that a lot of Yoruba nationalists will say things like we are intellectual illiterate or something like that. So we can see why we are a bit not developed in terms of awareness. Our level of awareness is very low as a people, because we are not focusing on the Ori. We're only focusing on the Orita, how to make money, how to drive the latest car, how to go to the best schools and all that. Those are satisfaction of the Ori Ode, which is the senses. And the sense, one of the things about the senses is it's only like it's based on pain and pleasure. Those are the only two things. So what drives your pleasure as an Ori Ode is what you will want to be getting. So now you see why the Orinu is quite different with the Orita. The Ori Ode will want pleasure because your eyes want to see good things, your mouth wants to taste good things, your ears want to hear good things. You want to hear somebody that thinks like you. You don't want to hear somebody that doesn't think like you. You don't care. So these are the selective attributes of the Ori Ode that is very limited. But the Orino works on a different principle and a different guidance. So the Yoruba people has studied this as emphasized on the Yoruba people has emphasized on the importance of Ori and how to attain one's Ori through character. And we can see that we can hear from this Odifa that says, Atawerewere kò sóje adífá fún orí àyàn tó ń lọ sílé ọmọ òun bọ́ ní kó wá ṣe ó gbẹ́bọ rúbọ ìjẹ́ tí n bá lówó láyé orí mi ìwọ ni òtún orí gbè mí orí mi ìwọ ni tí n bá lọ́kọ láyé orí mi ìwọ ni òtún orí gbè mí orí mi ìwọ ni tí n bá bímọ láyé orí mi ìwọ ni òtún orí gbè mí orí mi ìwọ ni tí n bá ní ire gbogbo àjà láyé orí mi ìwọ ni òtún orí gbè mí orí mi ìwọ ni. So there's a reference to Ori as the one that gives, the one that all praises are supposed to be adorned to, because there's also an Odifa that says that when they, because the Odifa is very long, when they praised all the Orishas, none of them could follow mankind to the end. None of them. All of them would turn back at some point. But Ori is the only one that followed the humankind to the end, which is to his even to his grave. Ori will follow you. Wani Ori ni agbeni maden ateli eni maya. That is Ori. Ori is always here with you. Now, and we see that in the educational system, right, which we already spoke about, which they focus on the Ori Ode, they see Ori as just a physical brain. And that's why you see the Western culture, they're only studying the brain. They're studying how the brain works to understand the mind. They're studying the brain so much because they feel like the human power is rationalistic, is the instrument of the brain is what makes the human power. But that's a lie. We'll still see how all these what is it called, analysis are lies. Now we look at how Ori becomes the creator of his world. Ori first of all becomes the creator of his world when he takes the journey to make his Ainkunle Eyan. Akuleyo are potentials, natural qualities chosen in heaven by each individual to prepare a journey for earth. That is when we see the will of Ori coming into play. Everybody here made an Akuleyo before coming to earth. Now, these ones are the aspect of one's life freely chosen by one. Most of the time, one's likes, one dislikes. Me oko like ni me oko mo reason. Me oko like it. Me oko like it. Me like speech me balo. These are the things that you picked, what you don't like, and these are the things that most often form your AWO, which is your natural AWO. Now, um, when we see the concept of free will, people often think that free will is, if a man has free will, why are they killing? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? People ask so many questions. Free will is not real. People are just lying and all that. But we see that free will is a deeper concept that has to do with the orinu. Now, free will is the ability for the orinu to control the orita and to also manage its mental state. Because we see that we'll differentiate what is Orinu and Orita. Orinu is that one that can observe the mind, can critically analyze, that can see things from within. So it has the ability to manage its mental state. So it has the ability to control his mental state, thereby controlling his response to the outside world. That is how Ori becomes a curator, a leader. Becomes a curator because he can curate his perception. Ori can observe his mind, see what is going on, can receive information, can go into an inner self of himself. So he can create its perception based on the outside input, can create that. That is how Ori becomes an Eleda. And that is how the Ori becomes an Eleda of every Yoruba people, including us. That is how Ori becomes our own Eleda. The internal self becomes the Ori Eleda. Now, we see that Ori is so much reverence, even that to the point that our Obas, wear crowns. And these crowns are not just ordinary crowns. And in fact, we appraise Gele, we appraise Fila, we appraise all these things in our cultural attires. We see them often, the caps, because of the reverence we give to Ori as the curator of the Yoruba perception. Because without Ori, the Yoruba people cannot think to get a perception. The Ori is the source. The Ori is the originator and the creator of his own world. Now, we also look at character, the inner state at which the inner Ori has to be in order for the outside to achieve its aim. The inner state of calmness, which Obatala represents, the inner state of wisdom, like Orumila. So these are the energies Ori has to embody on earth when he goes for a fat divination or goes for Itefa, and he finds out his energies, and he finds out the prominent energies in his life that he needs to align with in order to achieve his destiny. These are the energies. So the Iwa is a state of mind. The state of mind the Orinu is at. The state of mind which at any given time, whereby the morality that we're trying to achieve is not a virtuous abstraction. It's not a virtuous abstraction whereby it creates an intellectual object, thereby distancing the real Orinu that creates the reality from the reality that the Orinu creates, or the Orita from the real thing that really happens. So let me break that down. Like now, let me give you an example. The white people claim that they're liberal, they care about the humanity, they have democracy and all that, but they don't practice it. In fact, they developed a religion that is a philosophy. That's a philosophy, anyways. We must know what the difference between spirituality and philosophy. Spirituality is real. Philosophy is just in a mental state where you're thinking about it and you're analyzing it from a but it has not become. You've not won it as a character. You've not won it as a body. You've not embodied it. When you embody, it becomes real. Now, the white people do this because their virtue are abstractive. They're only thinking about it. They're thinking they are that. Have we not, even in our daily lives, whereby we say we are this, at this next minute we act differently. We don't ask questions. How does this conflict? It conflicts because we're not aware of the Orinu. The Orinu as a creator. We think that we are the Ori Ode. That is the only reason. We've not been able to pay attention to our Ori Ode from the inside. So we everything we assume that we will be, we conflict with what we are in real life because we are not aware of the inner self, the inner one that can control the mental state, how the mind flips. Because the mind also has mood. The mind might be happy today and then it gives you a happy person. It might be sad tomorrow and it gives you a sad person because it's uncontrolled, it's undirected. So this is why the Orino is very, very important in terms of the Yoruba philosophy and psychology. Now, also, the Ori can navigate life in the Tibitire Ladaliaye concept. But for me, I think it's based on perception, EBI, because we all react to so many situations differently. So it's all based on perception, right? The Ibi or Idire. Because why would Ori will still remain an inward character if it's an Ibi? Because Ori has attained to a level whereby he just sees the world in a unified complementarity situation. Everything are just moments. The whole circle, there's no time, doesn't exist. It's just moments and circles. That's all. So every moment would pass at the end of the day. Every moment will keep flipping and going and coming and going and coming back. So Ori knows this, and that is why he will retain its character and know that at the end of every storm, the sun will surely rise up. And these things are part of life. They're part of life. And we can also see this concept of this self, which the Buddha, the concept of this Iwa, when the Buddha say nirvana, they attain a state of nirvana where all sufferings end. Sufferings are like pain, they are not pain. Pain is different from suffering. Pain is the physical effect of maybe something harmful on you. But when we talk about suffering, we're talking about something that is not seen in the mind, where your depression, anger, hate, those are sufferings, right, from within. So there's a state where they call the nirvana state in the Buddhist community, where the self becomes empty and everything outside, the suffering ends. And I think Buddha said something like attachment is the root of suffering. And also attachment in terms of the Ori Inu being attached to the Ori Ode, to the incoming input from the Ori Ode. Then we also see it in the Indians' records, the Upanishads. They call it the self, the Atman. They call it the Atman. And they believe that it is absolute in every conscious being. Now, we also look at this Owe that says, Aiku Pariwa, deathlessness consummates existence. So it means that existence is internal, is eternity, and deathlessness is just a phase in a sense. And we can also see that belief in the Yoruba Atunwa concept, in the immortality of the Ori. The Ori is immortal and it can come back to life. It can start a journey again. It can go back to heaven, pick another Ori and come back in the concept called Atunwa. And there's a Odufa that backs that up. It's an Odu Oyeku Pashe Oshe. Yeah, Oyeku Oshe. In that Odu, it's noted that they said, Kamatete ku awule alayo, àìtètè kú ìṣẹ́ àwọlé ìbànújẹ́, bí kò bá dé kayan náà lógo àwọ̀ lóòótọ́. Adífá fún àwọn àgbà ṣàǹkànṣàǹkàn márùn-ún tí wọ́n lọ rèé dáfá ikú lọ́dọ̀ Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Wọ́n ní èé ṣe tán máyé fi ń kú. Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní oore ni Elédùmarè fi ikú ṣe fún ọmọ aráyé. Wọ́n ní odò tí ò ṣàn síwájú tí ò ṣàn sẹ́yìn, ìyẹn ti di ògòdò. Ògòdò rèé omi ẹ̀gbin ni. Omi ń gbé wọn lọ rere, omi ń gbé wọn bọ̀ rere. Olókun ọ̀run wá ká lọ rèé gbàwọ̀ tuntun padà wálé ayé. So there's a reference that Ori never dies. Is an eternal aspect of the human existence, and he can go and come back at any time he pleases. And also, let's see the new modern scientific discovery as consciousness. Many people ask what is consciousness, and they've even said that consciousness is the fundamental nature of reality. What do they mean by fundamental nature of reality? Fundamental nature of reality is um, a limited set of facts, according to them, anyways, upon which other facts rest upon. So let's go back to what Ori is. Ori is unification of Ori Ode and Ori Nu. The Ori Ode and Ori Ode is human existence. We now, as we're sitting here now, our eyes, our ears, our nose, and which we employ to the world. Then the Ori Nu is that one which can observe the mind. As we speak, we can observe our mind. We can see what is happening there. Now, the consciousness, according to them, is in fundamental nature of reality, which is where every other fact, every fundamental fact rests upon. So if we see that Ori, the Ori Nu, can envision the Ori Ode. Now, how what is the basics of the human perception? If it's not the Ori Nu, which other fact rest upon? Which the Ori Ode rest upon? The Ori Nu is that one which the Ori Ode. So the product of the Ori Ode is a result of the Ori Nu. The awareness of mental states, processes, and other states of consciousness. I'll give you another example now. When we go to sleep, we're aware of dreams. So it means that the Ori Nu can go beyond our waking life. You can perceive beyond that. This is how we know that the Ori Nu is not the same with the Ori Ode, and it functions on two different principles. The Ori Ode can only perceive material things, but the Ori Nu can go deeply. So this is how we know that it's aware of mental state, it's aware of state of consciousness, such as sleeping and waking and dream state. So the Orinu can, which is consciousness, which the Western science is discovering now, which we have already known that exists. We already know these things. Um, Reveals the activities of the mind. It can switch waking, dreaming, sleep states, and we can somehow recall our experiences. This phenomenon, known by the ancient Yoruba people in the metaphysical concept of Ori, um, it is a clear indication that if we choose to go to the past and we collect our treasures, our ancestral wisdom, we can be far ahead in discoveries of the mysteries of the world. Because we have to know that the mysteries is what they call Awo, and the Babalawo is the keeper of mysteries. Babalawo is not the keeper of your scientific research. You're not the keeper of your doctorate degree. They're not the keeper of your law degree. They're not the keeper of your school certificate. But they are the keeper of the mysteries of the human being. That is the original mystery, to understand the human being and how it works in a divine way, in a natural way. And therefore, they understand it. Once you can understand how you work here, you can understand the entire universe. You can understand it because every part of you, in fact, as far as in space, right? There are certain elements in space that are inside of you. They don't know how it got there. It's just there, you know. So there are different things that are discovered out there, and it's here. So the point is to us to awaken that sensitivity, to go within Ori, and observe the world, the mysteries of the world from there. Then we also see how Ori creates its reality. How does Ori create the reality, thereby creating a cultural concept in a universal and a communal way? The Ori has the ability to self-reflect. Like I said before, it has the ability to perceive its mental state. And it has the ability to perceive reality and go inward to reflect, to remove the seed of confusion. Somebody might break your heart and you wonder, how did I not see it? Where did I not see it? You sit down, you start to think, you start to observe. You're not using your eye, you're not using your nose, you're using something within you to actually recall memory, to think about it, to say, how did this happen? Where did this, how did this happen? You start to analyze, you start to reflect. That means that you have the Ori itself has the ability to reflect on the outward experience it has. And this power, enables us to get the clarity of the mind, because the mind is often clustered, often here, there. This ability of Orinu to actually reflect can enable him get the clarity of mind, the clarity of perception. We talk about how like how Ori becomes the curator of his universe. Remember that as humans, we see the world in a perspective way. We don't see the world the way it is. We see it based on how we have the picture we have created in our mind, the enjoyment, the sensual pleasure and pain, and the action, the psychological response we're giving to all of these experiences we've had. That is how we see the world. So the ability for the Ori to reflect on what has happened that I did not see, that I was not aware of, gives it the ability to clear the mind, clean the clean it like this and say, okay, I think I've gotten a new wisdom. This is not how I see it. I see it in a different way. This is the power of the Ori. Now, which can broaden our perception of the world. It can give us a deeper meaning in terms of culturally. So we're seeing the power of the Orinu and how our awareness through the embracing the Yoruba worldview, our awareness of this Orinu can help us move forward as a people. Now, there's even a verse that Ifa speaks about that says, um, 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 it talks about Emoran. Ìmọ̀ràn la kọ́kọ́ dá ká tó dá ẹkin. In that verse, like if I was even pointing to the fact that you have to go and seek wisdom, whether within you or within people, before you come and make that Ifa. Ifa is even saying that Ìmọ̀ràn is the ẹ̀gbọ́n of Edu. Edu is another name for Ifa or Orunmila. Ìmọ̀ràn is ẹ̀gbọ́n, is senior. Is senior to that. Because you already know has the power to observe its mind and see how it operates. And then it can clean it to see the world in a more clearer way. That's why Ofa said, before you come and meet me, go and look for advice, whether from people that you think they have wisdom or you seek it within yourself. So we see that Yoruba people also emphasize on what's it called? Reasoning, but a deeper form of reasoning. It isn't from the inside. Okay, I don't know if should I Mr. Kemi, do you want to go before I go to the next point? Mr. Kemi, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ifadari, do you want to go? Because
Yeah, I can add quickly to
yes.
what you just said. Um, yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that powerful submission about Ori Nu and Ori Ode. Again, the Yoruba worldview can be broken down into three: Yoruba moral philosophy, Yoruba spiritual philosophy, and Yoruba natural philosophy. Yoruba spiritual philosophy is centered around the concept of Ori that my sister has just eloquently described. Ori has two aspects. You have Orire, and you have Oribi. You are not the people, the bearer of the head. The head, Ori, is not just a physical head, it's a metaphysical head. And the bearer of Ori did not really witness the distribution of Ori in heaven, so to speak. It was Orunmila that was there, and that's why Orunmila is named Eleri Ikmi. Ajala was the one that disputed the heads to people. The fact that you have a bad head or Oribi doesn't mean you are doomed as a person, because every Ori, good or bad, can be amended, can be reappraised. Um, Oribi um, can be reappraised and amended. Orire has to be guided. So that's just the way that works. Now, Ori is the initial condition. Ori is the initial condition in the sense that it's fixed. It cannot be changed, right? Uh, as far as I'm concerned, I describe Ori as the DNA, something that's hard coded into us. Kind of family you're born into, your gender, and things of that nature. The date you were born, those are part of your Ori. That's your initial condition. There are other two aspects of Ori. We have internal causalities and external causalities. The internal causalities are things that are endogenous to you. For example, your character, your your level of endurance, things that are endogenous to you, things that cannot, you know, things that it's within you, and the external causalities are nature, things that are exogenous, things that are coming from the environment or from other people. Um, you cannot really change the internal causalities, but you can regulate them. This is why the Yoruba moral philosophy is very important, because when when the babalawo is making recommendation of prescriptions, usually when you are being told to watch your character, to watch things like that, your character, you have to be patient. What they're trying to do, they're trying to regulate your internal causalities. Now, when you do a periodic divination, what you are doing in essence is that you gathering information. Information gathering is more for the regulation of external causalities. This is why, first and foremost, the recommendation is for the regulation of internal causalities, things that are endogenous to you, and it's tied to Yoruba moral philosophy. There are two aspects. There are another, aspect in the Yoruba worldview, the concept of Anyomo and concept of Akunleyo. Um, Anyomo is tied to the concept of Ori because, it's something that's hard-coded. It speaks of hard determinism. It cannot be changed, but it can be amended or it can be channeled to the right path. That's Anyomo. But there are people, there are philosophers or scholars that will say the concept of Anyomo and Akunleyo are irreconcilable, philosophical conundrum, in the sense that they say, okay, how can you reconcile Anyomo, something that speaks of hard determinism, with Akunleyo, something that speaks to free choice? How do you reconcile the two? That the two are irreconcilable. But that is not true. And we know it's not true because even your Ori, though it's hard coded and it's fixed, you still need information gathering to channel it to the right path. In other words, you still have to make the choice if you're gonna go gather information, and even after you gather the information, I will recommend to you certain sacrifices that you need to make. And you have the choice to make those sacrifices or that sacrifice in order to channel your Ori to the right path. So I will say that the Yoruba worldview, when it comes to determinism and free choice, that Yoruba people subscribe to the concept of free will and free choice. Because even though Hori is hard coded and is fixed, the choice is still yours to channel that Ori, because you don't know if your Ori, you have Ori B or you have Ori Ire. But if you have Ori B, you still have to channel it to the path of Ire. And that channeling is based on your choice. So, as I've described, it's not like the two concepts are irreconcilable. It's just that you have to make a choice. Either way, you have to make a choice. And all of these, again, is tied to Yoruba moral philosophy. The Yoruba moral philosophy is centered around the concept of Omoluabi. And the concept of Omoluabi has different elements. And those elements are, character. Character is very, very important to Yoruba people. And that is why they say Iwalewa. It's so important that they ascribe it to beauty. That's how important it is to Yoruba people. And that's why in the Yoruba cosmology, it's not uncommon. You see stories where Suru and Iwa are the wives. They are the two wives of Orunmila. That story is now superficial because you have Eshu and Orunmila are best friends. Suru, Iwa are Orumila's wives. Eshu is the governor of the Crossroad. At the crossroad, that is the point where decision has to be made. When decision has to be made, you need information. Now, you need information, as I've described previously, to regulate external causalities. But you need character, you need patience to regulate internal causality. So Ori Ori is the initial condition. It stays above everything else, and you have internal causalities and you have external causalities. You need information to be able to navigate external causalities because those are things that are outside of you, and you need you have to exercise patience. You have to have good character. You have to have endurance. You have to be brave. All of those things Ifa recommends, because those things, you need them to regulate the internal causalities, because those are things that are endogenous to you. You might not be able to change them, but you can regulate them, because if you regulate those things even before you engage in periodic divination, you can channel your Ori that's fixed. That's the initial condition to the right path. But the choice is yours. So Yoruba fundamentally believe in free choice. So the Yoruba moral philosophy is styled, um, to Yoruba spiritual philosophy. Now let's go to Yoruba natural philosophy. The totality of Yoruba natural philosophy is centered around the concept of Tibitire Ejiwapo. Yoruba people are dualists. They have this belief in what I call complementary opposites, that reality is a dynamic union of complementary opposites. Professor Sophie Luwole of blessed memory, describes it as complementary dualism. Niels Bohr, the guy that did a lot of work in atomic theory, described it as simply complementarity. In fact, he went further to say that complementarity was the bedrock of all the quantum processes. So it's a powerful concept. I don't think it's exclusive to Yoruba people. A lot of other people in the world, um, know about it. But the Yoruba divination system is premised on this concept of Tibitire Ejiwapo, which is that, as my sister said previously, it's based on perception, and we can see it in one of the Yoruba mythologies. One of the Yoruba myth. Um, the myth goes something like this: Eshu, as we know, is the governor of the crossroad. The crossroad is where decision has to be made. So there are two friends, very good friends. Both of them, they were farmers. And one day they were on their farm, and there's a narrow path between the two that divided the farms, the two friends, their farms. And there's a narrow path in between the two, right? And if she was walking along the narrow path, wearing a hat that has two sides. It's red on one side and black on the other side. The friend on the left side saw Issue's hat. Of course, the left side, it was black, and the friend on his farm on the right side saw the red hat, because that part was red, the right side was red. So Issue walked past them, and then the two friends started arguing about Issue's hat. That the one on the right says it was red, the one on the left said it was black. And they started arguing, and then, the argument degenerated into a fight. As they were fighting, people gathered about. Issue came back and said, why are you guys fighting? And they told Issue why they were fighting. And Issue took the hat off and showed to them that you guys are stupid. It's one hat, but it has two sides. It's red, it's black on the left side, and it's red on the other side. You are just saying it based on your own vantage, points. And the essence of this myth is that You have to, everything is based on perception. The side where you're looking at something determines your perception of it. So the two-sided cap or hat essentially is a metaphor for the binary nature of human reality, which is what we call tibitire, and opposites are part of a unified whole. The dividing line between the two, farmlands symbolizes Orita Meta. As we know, issue, is the governor of the crossroad, because the crossroad is where you make decision, and that is why issue and Orumila, they are best friends, because if you gonna navigate the crossroad, if you're gonna make a decision, if you should go right or left, you need information. And who is best to talk to? Orumila, who is gonna take your offering to the elementals in the universe, to nature, so that your decision, you make the right decision. It will be issue. So that's why that you have that close relationship between issue and Orunmila. Um, so as I said, the dividing line between the two plot of land symbolizes Orita Meta, and Orita Meta is where decision is made. Issue sometimes creates chaos to show the false fabrications or oppositional or orderings that exist in reality. But all of this is based on harmony. Yoruba people, we believe, the way we understand knowledge, we understand it holistically. We don't break knowledge into pieces. We we see knowledge as something that's holistic. We want to understand everything. It's not uncommon to see owl. A true owl understands all knowledge. Understands knowledge of of philosophy, understand knowledge of herbology, understand knowledge of cosmology, understand knowledge of mythology, because all this knowledge are connected. Um, True belief may originate from sense perception, but true knowledge rests on having adequate information. You want to have adequate information before you make a decision. Those two friends that were fighting did not have adequate information, and that is why their perception is wrong. So Ishu came back to show them that before you make any decision or before you start arguing about something, make sure you understand what the thing is. So again, all knowledge starts from people's environment. It's people's environment that shapes their psychology, and people's psychology shapes their ecology, the interaction between them and the environment, and that interaction is what shapes their mythology. The mythology shapes the epistemology or metaphysics. The metaphysics shapes people's philosophy, the moral philosophy, natural philosophy, and spiritual philosophy, and the totality of that shapes people's science and technology. Just recently, I was watching a movie. Because there are those who will tell you, why do we need Yoruba worldview? What is that for? They don't understand the power of mythology. You can capitalize on your mythology. You can capitalize on your philosophy. I was watching the movie, The Gladiator, which is one of my favorite movies. And in the movie, if you see the plot of that movie, um, if you understand the history of Oyo, if you want to have studied the history of the imperial state of Oyo, you will see parallel between that story and some of the rules of our kings in the imperial state of Oyo. You have Marcus Aurelius. His story, of course, is fictional, but Marcus Aurelius actually existed as one of the Roman emperors. Um, Commodus, the prince, wanted to rule because he was ambitious, but he was an immoral man. So what he did was he killed his father. Um, the Yoruba, at one point, they came up with this concept, Abobaku, people that are ignorant. They don't understand why that concept was established. The concept of Abubaku was a concept that was introduced, to Yoruba land as an insurance scheme to prolong the life of the king. But because there are some ambitious crown princes that they're so ambitious, they will kill their father in order for them to rule. If it's a practice that if the father dies, the son will be buried with the father, then that will, you know, preclude the ambitious prince from, willing, from trying or attempting to kill the father. So it's an insurance scheme. You can say it's barbaric, but it served its purpose and it's not superficial. We also know, and this is tied to Yoruba worldview, that practice was cancelled by the Yoruba people themselves, and then they introduced another practice where the crown prince will not succeed the father. It's the nephew of the king, meaning the king's sister's son that will succeed. All of these they using this to preserve the life of the king. And the Abobaku sometimes, might even be the general, the top general in the army of the imperial state, might be the one to die with the king. Again, because some ambitious general, we see it with Afonja and some other ambitious general that wanted to rule or they wanted to have their own kingdoms. So, that's the concept of Abobaku. It's an insurance scheme on the life or to prolong the life of the king. And so we saw that when Commodus killed the father, Commodus would probably not be motivated to do that if he knew that at the point that his father dies, he will also die. That would automatically, that will have automatically prevented him from engaging in that. And we also, in the same movie, we saw that Marcus Aurelius, the Roman general, never been to Rome. He was not from Rome. He was a Spaniard, right? Similarly, some Areonacocof they were not from Oyo. They were from, one of the provinces of Oyo or some other, areas, in Yoruba land. And the reason why they don't allow them to go into the capital city is because whoever controls the military can control the nation. So to prevent the general taking over the nation, he's not allowed to come to the capital city. He's allowed to just, venture, in the provinces and engage. They keep him busy outside of the imperial capital city so that he can capture more land for the imperial kingdom. We in the movie we also saw how it was the wish of Marcus Aurelius to transfer power to the Senate. He didn't want Rome to be hereditary anymore, at least the throne. He wanted to give power to the Senate, to the people. Similar thing happened in the imperial state of Oyo, where the you have the Oyomesi and the Bashorun, was the leader of the traditional prime minister. But what happened was Bashorun Ga became very popular, that he was also ambitious, and he, almost destroyed the imperial kingdom because of his ambition. And within the span of a year, for Alafin, um, you know, was four Alafins were overthrown, and I guess within the span of a year, four Alafins were overthrown. But eventually, I believe Alafin Abiodun, um, got rid of Bashorunga. So you can see, and they wrote that from their myth, from their history. So people that says you can, and I don't know how much Gladiator made in the box office, but we can reach into our own mythology, we can reach into our own metaphysics and create masterpieces. So I just want to say that your worldview is very important. Your worldview you can capitalize on your worldview, and your worldview can promote and project you on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ifadari. That was really nice. Really, really, really nice. Before I give it to another speaker, I would like to progress by talking about, because there are two things I mentioned before we speak about Ori. While we speak about Ori as the Eleda and Ifa as the Atono. When a blind man is walking, he needs a light, he needs a stick to guide him. So let's say that the Ori now is blind and in the world, navigating nature, navigating the human world, navigating every obstacle and challenges that he has. He needs something to guide him. Now, we depend on technology a lot to help us do many things. Back in those days, our forefathers depended on Ifa to guide them in all, decisions that we're going to make, whether communally or individually. Now, I think somebody asked a question in the chat that says, how can one influence Odiorinu in such a way that it brings success? For example, the Orita may want something while the Orinu may differ, like saying Orinu mata koti me. That's a very good question. And I'm still going to get to that point. I don't want to give that point away. But I'm going to talk about two things basically. Is There are two things here. We're talking about we nakedly. Let's talk about us nakedly as humans, how we see the world. We will define this Orino and Oride. So Ori is the essence of the human existence. And then these are the two ways you can influence your Orino: by paying attention to your Ori, building the consciousness and awareness every day of your mind, um, building the attention to what you pay attention to, because that is really how um, our forefathers were able to decipher the universe. Like the worldview is not just about our concept; it's also about how did we touch the world to understand it. I was standing in front of nature the other day. I was standing in front of a plant, and in my mind, I'm like, how did they know that this plant does this and this does this? There has to be something. Then I understood that everything that moves vibrates. We vibrate on a deeper level. If we can just go within the Orino, like I said before, there's a vibration occurring at every point in time. And there's also a vibration that requires the state of consciousness you're on. Like now, as we're awake now, we have a vibratory movement within us that is attuned to the fact that we're awake. When we go to sleep, there's a different vibration. That's why even in the Western the science, they see that the brain has different waves, the alpha waves, the beta waves. I think they're like four states, or delta, alpha, beta, and I don't know the other one. These are waves that the brain emits depending on the state of consciousness that it is on. So your consciousness, if you're sleeping, or when we were younger, we were on a particular alpha. I think it was an alpha state or delta state. We're on that state. When we go to sleep, we resonate on a different frequency and a different level, and this is scientifically proven. So basically, everything that moves vibrates. Even plants themselves have their own vibration. So the understanding of the external world was not devoid of the understanding of the inner world, which is how does the inner world works. And this is how we were able to decipher the world. This is how we're able to produce the concept of worry. This is how we're able to produce concept. This I want us to understand this from the source, not from the things that we're seeing. How was Ori able to produce all of these things? Because Ori is the one that produced it. It is not. We are only lucky that we are now the new generation of our ancestors. We're not the beginning. If we're the beginning, we'll be looking for answers to where are we even here? Where is this place? Like what's happening here? So these are what I want us to understand. How did we interact with the world without any form of knowledge, any information, whatever? How were we able to decipher this is a mode, this is a star, this is what happens, this is what it does? Because we went from the inside. We discovered the secret within us, and then we expressed it out, and then we started using other forms to document, and then to talk, and then to organize our society. And Ifa was also developed because honestly, humans actually deal with things systematically. Everything is systematic in human society. Deeply, everything is run systematically. If there's a business, there's a system that governs it. If there's a government, there's a system that governs. So everything is systematic. So is the mind is also systematic. So Ifa is a systematic um, invention that studies the human mind, the human body, and the human spirit. It is the invention that our forefathers laid down to study us as a people and our history, our philosophy, our art, our culture. That is what Ifa is. So Ifa can tell us about us, like just us as naked as we are humans, not anything outside us. It doesn't matter. But who we are, Ifa can tell us about that, and that's why Ifa, the Ori depends on Ifa. So young man asks these questions. Orinu can be developed or cultivated by being aware. Number one, because if you're doing Ifa and you're not trying to be aware, it's a waste of time. You're wasting your time. You're only acquiring. It's just like what we speak about. You're only acquiring from the outside world, but you're not feeding inside. You're not giving any feed. In fact, when we are doing Ori Bibo, you feed your inner head. You whatever you're using to as you are eating it, you're feeding your idodo. You put it on your navel. Whatever you're using to appropriate your Ori must be put on your navel and must be put on your leg as well, must put on your head. So we see that there is a feeding done even to the Ori. So you're not feeding it. It's like your mind. You're not feeding your mind the necessary information that it needs to move to the next stage. You're not feeding you're not going after the things that would empower your inner Ori. You're only feeding outside. So even if you go to Ifa, eba mishele, eba mishele, eba mishele, you're only wearing it as a cloth. You are not giving inside. And at the end of the day, I will give you reasons why how this works. Now, let's go back to Ifa Atono Atono and Totunwoshi. Ifa basically the Yoruba people they know that the human life comes with mental, psychological, emotional, physical, and a lot of physical challenges and struggles. And at this point, we forget the Ori, the Iwa within us. We forget the essence that is always there. Even when all the storms come and go, the Iwa is always there. We survive one way or the other and we keep moving. So we forget this part of us and we get lost in our problems, in our sorrows, in our struggles, in our challenges. So Ori now is the ancestral guide, knowledge, wisdom, the cosmic assistant, through with divination. Now let's talk about divination. Divination has a very systematic process that has to do with nature and also the mind. Now, um, divination seeks to understand the vibration and the energy that is working within you at that moment to solve your problem. If I basically is energetic in its expression and its words and everything. Is you might hear the words, but most of the time it is not speaking based on words, speaking based on vibration and energy. That's the language of Ifa. So every Odu has its own energy, it has its own vibration connected to an Orisha and Orimole. So when you go to divine, you're trying to find out the energy and the vibration that works with you at that moment and how you can channel because everything is energy. Everything is energy because we ourselves we are utilizing energy. The Ori Ode is the source, is the power. That's why you get tired, just sleep. Right? The Ori Ode cannot function without the Ori Nu. The Ori Nu is the force, is the power that moves the body. But the body also plays its own part in terms of receiving energy. But we might not be inspired from within to do anything. You see that the body cannot follow without the inspiration of the inside, from the inside to propel it. So we see that energy, we are spending energy from within, which means our desires, our intention. These are energy. So everything is energy. They're only trying to channel it to the right part and follow the energy that is working at that moment to channel and get your destiny. That's why when you do when you go for divination, you the Orisha that is there might not even be the Orisha that you know. Might be something else. You might actually appropriate another Orisha that you don't know. And so many things will come up, you understand me? So basically, we see that the understanding of human, naturally as it is energy. Everything about us is energy. In fact, they are planning on using the human, like when as we walk on the pathway, they're using the energy we emit to charge, to create light, street light, to power the street light, because everything is energy. So what they're just doing is they're working on an energetic level. If it's Jogbe that comes out, what are the orishas, what are the channels that can help us tune this to the direction of its ori? That's when we now proclaim Ebo. And Orunmila is the Eleri Pin Baba Odudu Odudu tí ń dórí ìlémèrè kó ìlémèrè bá máa fọ́. Odudu tí ń dórí ìlémèrè kó ìlémèrè bá máa wọlé pa, was present at the moment when we chose our destiny, like Mr. Fadari said. And it can reveal the steps, the secret, in order to adjust the steps. It can give us the secret. That's why when we want to cast Ifa, we say Elarowa, Elarowa, Orunmila rowa, tó bá ń bẹ lóko kó dé, tó bá ń lọ ìrìn àjò kó bọ̀. We invoke Orunmila because Orunmila was there, so that it can tell us and direct us as we move forward. Then Ifa, who is the voice, the one that can form, that can talk, that can express the wisdom of Orunmila and the voice of Olodumare, will now give us the Odu, which is the vibration that comes out at that moment, and also the Orishas that we need to appropriate to solve our problems. Now, the epistemology concept of Ifa utilizes a spiritual and a cosmic principle, which we can adopt in our educational system, whereby we see things on a materialistic level. Now, we can move from seeing things from, because let's look at the internet, for example. Let me give you a simple example. The internet, for example, now we see that a lot of white people are saying, or technological people are saying that, oh, you can captivate people not just by the content they watch, but you can take away their time. You can capture their time by feeding them with the content that they watch, feeding them with the. So it's not just about what you watch anymore. It's about the patterns of your desire, the pattern. So they can control your time, because your time is the most important thing that you have in this world. Wake up in the morning to evening, that's your time is going. So they're taking away your attention by focusing on your likeness. So we see things on the superficial, words and all these things, and we see them as these are the things that are happening, but there's a back game that happen that people can utilize. Many things they can utilize, they can distract you, because you are focused on the things that gives you joy. But the things that can give you joy might not be what is really important to your destiny. So if I will come in and tell you this is what are the things that are important to your destiny by your AWO, by providing the right energy, because you are energy, you are pure energy. Everything around you is energy. Your mind is energy, your thoughts are energy. It's scientifically proven. So we don't need to have a debate on that. Now, in Ifa, one of the ways IFA can also help us to build our psychological and epistemological concept of our reality is the natural inclusiveness. We see a lot of art, a lot of clothes, many of them are naturally inclusive. And this is why. You see, like I said before, we as humans, as we are now, not the ancient Yoruba, not the previous Yoruba, we are the majority of our thoughts. And because we depend so much on nature, we can't do without nature. Nature is a part of us. So Ifa is that which teaches us to remember that nature is part of us. Nature is part of the reality of this planet. Everything that we do is just a sidekick. Nature can draw us back and can take us forward, depending on how we navigate it. Do you know that people even believe to the point that if anything is bad in the community, if a community is going worst, right? The community is going bad, they will say, hey, could be they make sure that they include nature. This is how the Yoruba people see the world, because from within, it is a spiritual entity that embodies a physical body and takes a natural or a cosmic journey. So everything they touch must have that symptoms, must be infected by that belief within them, everything they touch. So nature must be included in their art, in their design, in their rituals, in their Egungun festival, their masquerade. All these things must have nature inclusiveness, because this is how they think from within. This is how they see the world from inside. Now, nature is included, and nature is not like an object whereby you just want to use it to let's just grill it and then bring out the oil, and then let's sell it economically, you know, for social or medicine, for medicines alone. nature, there's a process at which if I use to emphasize on nature, and I'll give you a bit. And in fact, the relevance, or the reverence and the harmonious way we choose to live in nature also helps us in our society. In our society, tí nature tí gbogbo bá dà wúruwúru, everybody will scatter. Just imagine now we have climate change issues in the world. The society there will not have peace. So peace is extended even to the relationship and the character we portray to nature. Peace must be extended. This is a logical and an aware process of living life. Because even if you try to manage peace, and this is why the Western world can never work, because their peace is superficial, is elusive. It is not a real peace. Because what you're trying to do is write your own term of peace, what you see, which is limited with your real day. You are calculating, okay, this is how you should be. When we write peace treaty, we give it to this country, pass it to that country, peace will achieve. It's impossible, because you've not included nature. You've not even included the thought of nature, which will evoke the principles of nature within you, to understand the mechanics and the principle of nature within you, to govern the outside world. You've not done that. So how do you intend on creating peace? You will keep running about. You will keep having one problem or the other. And that is why they will keep repeating their history, even if it takes them 1,000 years. Because the inner Ori has not changed. The inner Ori must be in alignment with the Ori Ode. Now, let's look at the various ways Ifa references nature. Ifa references nature in so much beauty that Ifa says that in the community of animals, plants, birds, water, moon, they have their own awo that divine for them. They have their own Ifa, the Babalawo that works for them. In fact, they are Orishas in their own community. Their birds are Orishas. There are animals that are Orishas. We find out that in Yoruba land, there are some animals that are divine. They don't kill them. Even the Oba has his own animal. The Oba has like Eri, I think Eri, which is the elephant. I think lion. These are the symbols of the Oba because they are considered Orishas. They are not looking at things from a materialistic perspective. What is the material? You see a lion, white man will tell you we're on top of the chain because we can kill them, because we have dominated the world. But that is not what the Yoruba people see. The Yoruba people see a different manifestation of an energy, and the mental what's it called, correspondence that go with that energy, which makes it a more unique, like everything has its own consciousness. Why do you think that some animals can be controlled or can be managed? I think in Ethiopia they were breeding lions because everything has its own mind in the world. So if you can understand it from within that everything has its own mind, it means that there's a unique energy, there's a unique cosmic gift, divineness that is attached to everything. So you don't just feel like because I can kill and because I can think that, oh, killing things and dominating things will make me more important, then these things have no use. We're only deceiving ourselves. Because in fact, after we've thought, and there's something about thought. Thought is attached to the conscious mind. The conscious mind can only think based on the information that it has at the moment. You can't think beyond that. Let me just give you a quick test now. Try and think about something that you have never thought, that you have never seen before in your life. You can't. You only imagine what you already have, what you already know. That's because the consciousness is limited, and it's a very good thing that is more limited, because sometimes we say things like, I can't do this, I can't do that, but we forget that we've been progressing in terms of our actions, in terms of what we can do, our abilities. When we were 5, we didn't think we can do the work we're doing now. As survival pushes us forward, we do many things. So the hidden potential between us, we can block it because of the limitation of our conscious thoughts. So nature already knows this, and that's why we have a bag of unconscious possibilities within us that we would discover along the line. Right. So if you can understand the world from this perspective, where you are not on the full of chain, but if I teach you how we work together, how everything in nature is sacred, how everything works together, and how everything influences one another. And various communities have different animals that they appropriate. They are community animals that you don't kill, and the animal will not harm you or hurt you. Another way of Ifa referencing nature is, and also this, how does this thing add to our consciousness? How does this change our way of life, our way of reasoning? It changes the awareness within us. It changes the awareness within us. Ifa says that when we ask for things, because humans are myopic naturally, because what we used to do, we said it is the Oreo day. If the Oreo day is not observant and aware enough, it will not understand that there's an inner working that works within itself, that controls the Oreo day. It will be arrogantly full of itself that, oh, this is what I am, and that's it, right? We ask for things and we're never satisfied. We're never contented. We ask for things. So this process teaches us that when you ask for things, sometimes, yeah, like imagine you paying money. You pay a lot of money. If I religion is you have to have money. If you don't have money, you can't do it. That's the fact. Because when you die, you do able. So you are taking from yourself, you are giving. Some people see it as you are killing animals, but they don't understand that you are requesting for something which is going to come to you in an energetic form, and you have to give something back to nature. That is how Ifa teaches us how to reciprocate. Law of reciprocity. If I want to pray now, I don't just pray, Mama, Father Lord, give me something. No, I would bring, if I don't have water, if I don't even have maybe cola nuts, if I have water, I take it along with me. I ask, and I invoke the power of water, which is Tumba Bale Anipa, Tumba Bale Alaluja, or Timo Sole Niko Nipa. It will, because you are giving back. You remembering. You even remember. Remember that the water is essential. You remember that you have to give back, because the truth of the matter, the airborne that you are giving, nobody's going to eat it. No anywhere is going to eat it. The Yoruba movie you are watching, they're just animals eat it. The animals that eat it, that come there to feed on it. So everything works in a circular form. If you kill something, everything, even we die, we become manure for the earth. That's how it works. Everything works in a circular form. And we also see that what's it called? We also see there's a communal system of forest, which is Igboro. I call it Igboro, where they preserve all. In fact, I thought it was a myth until I realized I saw like three different Igboro in Lagos. One in Ikota, one in Elegushi, one in Elegushi has their own. I think one in where's that place? Ilason. Those are the three places I saw it. I was like, so this thing is still there? They said yes. Orile Oshani working for Okon. That's what they said. So that's why I said it's a level of consciousness. Now, there's another level of consciousness that can interplay. If we start to say the word from the Orinu, if we operate the word from the Orinu, is how do because in fact the Western community is having this problem, and we can see it's very obvious. The waste of the Western world, they don't have any way to discard it. They don't have any plan on how to discard their waste. They are bringing it to Africa because there is no conscious um, mind for inclusiveness and reciprocity and everything, how everything works in circle. There's only on top. They're only the ones on top. If they're economic on top, and that's the end. That's the end of the enjoyment. That is what makes life interesting. Their economic prosperity is good, but as a community, they're having issues because of this one problem. We don't know how to dispose our waste. We are making so much product that we don't know how to dispose our waste. The whole ocean is full of plastic. The clothes that we are wearing cannot be reprocessed because it's already synthetic. So by the time you want to reprocess it, it's gone. So basically, and we create so much waste. So this is why, because we are not aware, we're not conscious of our being, who we are as a person, and how we function in the world, and how we contribute to the world, and how we see nature. Of course, everything we give birth to outside us, we connote that same thing. Just the same way the Yoruba people in the concept of Ori connote their spiritual imprint in everything they do, whether institutionally, politically, educationally, everything has a touch of spirituality. Everything that Yoruba people do as invented has an origin and Orisha. And Orisha was the one that implement that that laid the foundation of every art or an irumole. So we see that there is a spiritual understanding, there's a spiritual awareness that's attached to the Yoruba way of expressing their life and their thoughts and their way, you know. And I think I've spoken about this. This is how Ifa actually helps us increase awareness of nature and also, guide theory in life, in the works of life. Also, I'll speak about think I've spoken about it. So every Ori, every Odu in Ifa verses is attached to a vibration and energy. And this can help us move from an intellectual understanding to a vibratory meaning. We like I said before, they often say something like intellectual illiterate. The reason is because we are only understanding the words, we're not understanding the actions, the intentions, the diversity of intention behind the words. We're focused on having an intellectual understanding, having information, having been informed rather than being knowledgeable, rather than understanding the world from a deeper perspective. So when we focus on how Ifa organize with knowledge, how Ifa compartmentalize knowledge, right? We can we can start to shape how we compartmentalize knowledge in our own society. In fact, the use of vibration and frequency, and there's a European physicist, I think Nikola Tesla, I kind of like him anyways, says it that to understand which most of discoveries are being used by the modern science today. I think the Tesla cars are also named after Nikola Tesla. He said that to understand the theory of the universe is to understand sound, vibration, and frequency, and that will never change because that's the fundamental structure of every human being. Everything between us vibrates, and everything is energy within us. It will never change. So if Yoruba people have this knowledge based on the understanding of the Ori from the inside, the understanding of the heart doesn't speak, but the heart beats. And the vibration of the heart, the vibration of the heart is channeled to the Ori, which is the Ikpakori, connected to the Tari and connected to the. So if you observe it within your system, your inner system vibrates. So they understand the laws of vibration within the functioning of their organs, within the functioning of the vibratory movement of their organs. So we can understand the world. These things can take us farther than the things. We're not moving anywhere. We're not moving anywhere as a people. Few people are trying, but it can help us when we start to utilize the Yoruba way of thinking, the way of perceiving the world and creating knowledge. We can help us. They see it from a spiritual perspective, a vibratory perspective, and they solve their problem from an energetic perspective. In fact, most of the time, right, in terms of diseases, they speak about. Okay, let me even speak about my own experience. There was a time I had an eye injury, and because of the pain of the eye, right, I went to the hospital and I told the person I was sick. One was just laughing that it has gone. It's in my mind. I went to share with my mind. I said that's true. So there's a high record of people healing physically and their mind still replace certain disease like their infection, their pain, because Yoruba people understand that the human being is beyond the physical um, manifestation. It's beyond the physical manifestation. So they try to solve things from an energetic perspective. And this is how it can help us to understand ourselves better. So the energy is what governs us, and you can change you know you can change things more deeply. So I'm going to end here, um and then I'll allow somebody else to go so that I don't take much of your time. Then would end shortly. Thank you. Baba Kemi, do you want to speak?
Yes, thank you so much, Olori.
Okay, thank you.
Keledumore tí wọ́n máa fi àlékún ọgbọ́n sí. Uh, Definitely, everything you've said is actually true. And one thing I like about Yoruba people is this: every of their philosophy, every of their might, anything let me say, Yoruba in entirety, despite the fact they believe in the spiritual realm, like I said, Yoruba people are spiritual people. And that is why, if that spirituality is not taken away, there's no way Yoruba people are going to be conquered. Or let me say, Yoruba people are going to be something else. Because their worldview is something that, though definitely they claim about on. Because, okay, let's take for example the issue of market. Yoruba people don't just believe that we human beings are the only one in the market that is selling and buying.
They also believe that is a place where the heaven and the people of the heart, they meet to transact. That is also part of the what's it called? The worldview when it comes to market. Or probably, let me put it this way. Okay, like I was talking to someone, I said, okay, for example, let me say, okay, like the song that this guy sang, that he said, "Bówó bá tán, èèyàn ló máa kù, má fi billing pa mí." If you look at that, if you look at that word, it looks very like a physical person talking about people. But if you break it down, okay, I now asked someone, I said, can you interpret that in English? Like, "Bówó bá tán, èèyàn ló máa kù." So that means the person begin to look at it that the person in that context does not mean the physical human being. And that is where we begin to have problems, where we want to make exact interpretation of Yoruba language. Because in Yoruba language, a word could mean so many things. It depends on the context. And that is how deep the Yoruba people are. Let me put it that way, especially when it comes to their language. Because without language, there's no way you can communicate. So your language is one of those things that make them to communicate with the heaven and the heart. Because when you have, okay, for example, now when you make ebo to the ori, even before you make ebo to your ori, you have to consult ifa. When you consult ifa, like probably what should you offer your ori? Because they don't believe you should just go to anywhere and give to your ori. They already have that concept that it is either it is acceptable or not. So when you make a consultation about your ori, what should I give to my ori? Ori will now tell you through ifa what you want. After you've offered that thing to your Ori, Yoruba people will still confirm again whether the ebo is accepted or not. That is totality. That is the complete package. Unlike these days when we just offer prayers. We just offer prayers and we don't know whether it is acceptable or not, or whether it is accepted or not. You just have to make prayers. And we keep praying until they say something happen. But in Yoruba context, you don't just pray. So it's just a matter like, okay, something is wrong. And what should I do about it? You consult if I tells you, okay, in this situation, this is what it should be done. After it is done, you still make a confirmation. That is why when you offer a ball to your Ori, after you've offered a ball to your Ori, then what my will be. So when that kola nut is being cast on the floor, it's just to make inquiries for confirmation whether it is acceptable, the sacrifice is acceptable or not. So the Yoruba worldview, whatever they view, is incomplete. They don't believe you just exist. For you to exist, there is a replicate of you in heaven, and that still brings us to the concept of Egbe. But Yoruba worldview generally, name it animal. Yoruba people believe even you don't just kill animal. I remember my uncle then, when we were young, and he was discussing with my grandma, and he said something. He said, ah, that animal that I killed, I had to switch my gun, in which the mouth of the gun was pointing to him, but the bottom of the gun was pointing to the animal. That was how I was able to kill that animal. And I now ask him, what if the mouth of the gun is directly pointed to the animal? I said, what would happen? He said he's going to shot himself, and that could be his end because that animal is not ordinary. So, in their own worldview, they believe some animals are ordinary and some animals are not ordinary. So, even to that, in the concept of market, they believe that there's a place where the heavenly body and the heart, where they meet and they transact business. And the importance of that too is clear to them at that point. Even if we that are around now, if you don't really understand that concept, but Yoruba people still believe that. So even when it's come to the peace in the world, the peace we have is superficial, and that is why there will always be problem in the world, because we don't marry the two together, the physical and the spiritual. And it being there is a balance between the two, there will be peace in this world. And that is why in those days, there's hardly peace, there's hardly all this kind of trouble before things begin to happen. And so there is the balance between the two, like the heaven and the heart. There is the balance. But what do we see these days? We are just building on the physical. We are not building the spiritual. And that is why sometimes I do tell people we are no longer spiritual, because spiritual is what explain it in totality. For example, I want to for my feelings could be like, okay, let me go out, or probably I'm thinking like, okay, let me go and study law. But by the time that is what my physical head now, like Ori that Olori talked about, that Ori, that is what I want. That is my desire. But when I now go to the spirit realm, in the sense like asking Ifa, like, okay, this is what I want to do. It is at that point I'm bringing the spiritual into it, which is the Ori Inu. The two of them must come into agreement. When they don't agree, there will always be a problem. And that is why we've seen many people who are medical doctors, but they are not useful to themselves or to the family. We have many people who are engineers, but that is not what the Ori Inu. That's what he wants. And that is why some people will say spiritual control the physical. But if you even in that context, the people that said the spiritual control the physical, they don't even believe in that. They believe in that, the spiritual. But to strike a balance and to control that spirit, sometimes is difficult for them, because there is no avenue. And there is no way you can use the Ori Ita Tabi Ogbon Ori last one without consulting Ogbon Inu for you to make something meaningful. So there must always be a balance. And the absence of that balance is the repercussion of it, is the problem that we have in the world today. And the repercussion of it is when you see a medical doctor or an engineer or whatever it is, their success, in the context, we expect them to be successful. But in the real context of it, they are not successful. Because many of us are only chasing after wealth, we are chasing after money. But in the originality of life, there's no point chasing after money. And your Yoruba worldview, they don't believe you chasing after money. You chase after your inner, your Ori, in Ori Efe, what the Ori, what you actually want, the inner one. If you are able to interpret that, and it strikes a balance with what the outside wants, there would no that there's going to be let me call it a supernatural boom, something that it's just that's why some people they don't consult the Ori Inu, but peradventure they were lucky, like probably they were able accidentally or coincidentally they were able to meet the requirement of Ori Inu. Those people will just see them in one way or the other, they will be booming. And that could be attributed to something else. So some people who will still feel that these people don't consult the spiritual. But at some point too, you could be lucky. And nobody knows. Your parents could have made some consultation sometimes and be able to strike a balance. Like, okay, and in one way or the other, just help you, to direct or to modify you. What I'm saying in essence is this: the Yoruba worldview is a view that brings the physical brings the spiritual world, which we can relate to as heaven. Okay, let me quickly make mention of that. In these days, when they ask of heaven, especially in other, let me say, spirituality or whatever it might be, whether Islam or whatever, when you ask the concept of heaven, some of them refers to like the sky, that's where the heaven is. But in the Yoruba world, they don't believe and heaven is up there. Heaven is something that is the spiritual aspect of it, where you both transact in one way or the other. Heaven is not something that God will just create. Heaven is in existence already. We are interacting with heaven. But because many of us are not spiritual these days, that heavenly part of it, we neglect it. We don't care about it. And that is why many of us don't even find fulfillment in whatever we do. We are not fulfilled. Some people are fulfilled peradventure, maybe coincidentally or whichever way it is. But if anybody really wants to, that's why some people may not really make money. But they are satisfied. You just realize that everything about them is more like complete. It's a set, it's a complete set. everything they have it in abundance. They may not be rich physically. And that is why Yoruba people don't even believe that riches is you buying houses, building whatever you need to build. And that is why it boils down to you as a person. If you are a spiritual person and you're able to strike a balance between the physical and the spiritual, which with Orun or with the Ori Inu, Tabi Ogbon Inu. So that's why Yoruba will always say they always have there is two sides to a coin. It's not just about this physical alone. If you're able to strike a balance between the heavenly bodies and the physical, you boom, you have peace of mind. You are contented. Everything about you, people will just be asking you questions. Báwo lo ṣe ń ṣe? You know, the fact you maybe probably there is one special charm or whatever that you are doing, but in the real sense of it, it doesn't happen that way. It's just because maybe probably the person is able to, to strike a balance between the world and the other world, which I don't know me more. I don't know the exact word or grammar that I can use for it. But in the real sense of it, or let me not take much time, it's just that if you really want to make it happen on this world, there is a need for you to have a balance between the heaven and the earth. And that is personal. And that is why sometimes when we go to prayer ground, they may be offering thousands of prayers, and any of it may not be yours because they are not consulting your Ori to really know, to really be able to strike a balance. And that's why spiritual should be a personal thing. And that is why you see the Oloshun people, you see Ogun, you see people that are Ogun devotees, the Shango devotees, and the likes. That is what strike a balance with their physical being. So, in the real sense of you really want to make things happen on this world, or if you really want to have peace, you must be able to strike a balance between the heavenly bodies and the physical one for us to have peace. But in as much as we continue, come out, ojú tí ò rínú, ojú má kọ lugi, to our physical eyes, or only our thinking. Because sometimes spiritual goes beyond our thinking. And there is no way you can use your human reasoning to interpret or to tell what is to happen in the other world, which we call the spirit world or the heavenly world, or whichever word we might want to use, in order to address it. So the physical one cannot see, but the inner one can see. Until we're able to bring that, put nature in its place, we'll just still be rumbling in this world. There will never be peace. But if you really want to have peace, things should be the way that Olodumare created it. And we should be able to strike a balance between the spirit realm and the physical realm. Olori, I think I will yield at this point.
Thank you very much. You've done a good, wonderful job. She really said so many amazing things. So I would like to speak on some things, which is intuition, because I think Mr. Kemi said some things on how to perceive from within. It is our lack of awareness on how we actually perceive the world that brings this confusion. We assume that the thing is, we assume that it doesn't exist because we're not paying attention to it. Now, let me give you an example. Let's assume somebody like me, now, if I put something here, if I go out and I come back, and if it moves or it shakes, I can tell. I'm not telling because I have a knowledge of it, but it's a feeling. It's a feeling that I employ. The sense that I just somebody touched this thing, and it's true. Now, if somebody is coming behind you, you're not turning your physical eye, which is your real day. You're not turning it to see the person. You are feeling that the person is coming. That means you have a sixth sense, a sense that goes beyond your physical see eyes. You can sense that somebody is coming behind you, just to, who is that person? So these abilities are not imaginary. They are things that are there, that are happening to us on a regular basis, but we do not pay attention to it. We assume that it's just an imagination, that is not a capability, it's not a part of us, just like our eyes are part of us. Because we don't see it, we assume it's not there. But it's there. It's not what we use every time. That's what we do all the time. That's how we process the world. So, in my own belief is the Ọ̀run itself is in unity with the physical. It's not in a place. It is here. It is here now as we speak this moment. Your physical and your spiritual has to exist in the same place for you to perceive the two of them at the same. It's just like you're turning your eye. I'm looking at this picture before and I just turn my eye to this picture. That's how it looks like. It's not like you're traveling to a place. It's not like they are going to come and they're going to, no. It's just like you're changing your perception of how you view things before. I I am paying more attention to myself to see how do I really see the world? Not how I think I see it, but how am I actually employing myself to see the world? How do I know that somebody is coming behind me when I'm not looking behind? What am I using to act? Because these are the things that people do on a normal day. People actually use them, but they don't pay attention to it. Now, if we pay attention to that other aspect of us, or how we actually imagine, how we can paint a mental picture in our head, where is it coming from? How are we doing it? It actually exists. These are things that we use. There's nobody that doesn't use their mind to navigate the world, but we are not paying the attention to the mind as an entity or as a body. We're utilizing the mind without understanding the structure. That's what we're doing. So the moment we can understand, and this is how we build psychic powers. You talk about psychic powers, the ability to telepath, to send a thought from one junction to another, because we do it all the time. It's something that we do, but the moment we pay attention to that part of us, it's like where energy goes, where attention goes, energy follows. You pay attention to that part of you, then your energy follows it immediately. Then you start to feed it, just the same way you're feeding your hands and your eyes and your nose. A lot of men, I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of men are mostly um, uh, enslaved to sexual pleasures. Now, you are feeding your senses. You are feeding these hands, these eyes, this oh, the girl, you're using your eyes to gain the pleasure. So the thing is, what part of you are you feeding? What part of you are you pouring? Like, are you energizing? What part of you are you energizing? That determines your sensory input. That determines how you see the world. Now, the focus on the entirety of your ability to perceive the world or to perceive the world will give you a deeper meaning on how to see the world. Will give you a deeper construct on who you are, not who you think you are, but who you really are. Now, I think I'll go into another conversation in terms of this topic we're having. It's titled "The Art, Symbolism, and Institution." This is my last submission on how Yoruba people see the world, and this is I picked this because it's often overlooked in terms of the Yoruba mode of expression. For every institution in Yoruba land, there's spirituality beside it, from political to social to elders to Odo and all that. And not far away from it, there's an art. There's an expression of an art. It's either we're expressing beats, or we're expressing a artifact, or we're expressing a masquerade, or we're just expressing some kind of art. There's or a drum or a beat or sound, whatever it is. Yoruba people have this artistic expression, and it's so embedded into the spirituality that we overlook it. The Oba has his own art for his costume, of his ade, his crown, his masquerade. The Ogboni communities, they have their edo, the symbols. In fact, uh, I recently discovered that the Ogboni and the Oshibo carry their I think that white thing that they put on their shoulder, they carry differently. The Ogboni puts their own on the left, I think, and the Oshibo puts on the right. I don't know, but both of them put them on two different parts of their body. So this is a language of symbolism. Yoruba actually use symbolic representation to communicate within themselves. It's a very deep mental ability. It's a deep mental ability because symbolism itself, the state of the symbol you're using would not be altered. The natural state of what you're using will not be altered, or it can be as a result of a mental image called iran. That is a visualization. You know, when artists want to draw something, they say, I vision it, I saw it in my mind. So Yoruba people believe that there's something called Iran in terms of artists. Like, to become an artist, you have that that power to envision the inner, to see it from the inner eyes, to envision it and see this is how it looks. So the beauty of what you're trying to do comes from within, which is associated with the Ojinu. And also, we see the art, the form of what's it called, symbolism, in terms of there's something they call Ilori. That Ilori is the it embodies, it represents the Orinu, the inner spiritual essence of the person. It holds the element the person uses to do his Ibori, the Ori appreciation. What the person used to do it, he puts it in the Leori. So the Leori is like his own, or Ori's identity. You can see it has cowrie shells on top of it. It has many artists design. It's so artistic. It's so like unique. And this is how the Yoruba people, they created this art. Ileori, you can have it. You can have it in your house. If you want to boil, if you are not even there, maybe somebody that you trust, maybe your family, or your spouse, you can tell them to board that Ileori for you, and it's an icon of your Ori. It represents your Ori. So Yoruba people, art is part of spirituality. The art is part of it. You see that for Ori to have an Ile Ori, they've made an Olori, an icon of Ori for it. The in-depth of reasoning that goes into that, to represent into that, is done by the mental image called Iran, which is associated with the Ojuinu. So these are all capabilities of humans that are enhanced because of their spiritual awareness, because of their awareness of who they are naturally. Now, also, we look at code. Most of the time, when we talk about code, people talk about code as a programming language, but that's not where it ends. Like I said before, people use symbols to communicate. If you are into Ifa, you have a bead that you're wearing. That's a symbol. Anybody that knows you, whether you're in a place or one place, I've gone to a place before and somebody said, yeah, Ifa Abowe. I didn't even know how the person knew, but he knew that based on the bead I was wearing. I was Abowe Boshishel. So it's a form of subtle communication. Imagine even the Yoruba people, when they want the king to kill itself, they'll send the king these items. When the king see it like this, he knows what it means. So symbolism is a deep form of communication within the Yoruba community, which is it actually gotten from spirituality. Because if you want to do Eshu, you want to communicate to Eshu has its own symbol. You cannot have a shoe without having a symbol. So the spirituality gave birth to the art. If you talk about the drum, the spirituality gave birth to the art. So the Yoruba worldview, I want us to understand it so that we understand who we are as a people, not just our culture, but how we see the world. How do we define the world? How do we are the owner of our own Ori. We are the owner of we are the creator of our reality. What we see, how we see the world determines how we create the world, not what the world is telling us it is. The white man is telling us it's a materialistic world. You have to count the y, the x, and math itself is infinite. Numbers are infinite. You can't find the end of it. So many mysteries are still there that we can't solve. We can never solve them because there is no unifying factor that establishes understanding of the world. There is none. All we're doing is rationalizing, and we'll keep going in circles. Nature would never allow us move beyond our limited perception. And before we count 10, nature has counted 20. Before we understand what is happening, nature has moved beyond what we think, because nature itself is endless possibility. Nature has endless possibility. You can't say this is how, because the moment you think there's a possibility, it's already limited. These are scientific research that are proven. Your perception limits the possibility that are caused around that moment. That is why you go and divine, so that you know the possibilities and the energy that connect to that possibilities, and actualize one that is really connected to you. That is how Ifa works. So I am going to stop here so that I think Mamawa Edumayekemi has not spoken in a bit, so you can talk, and then we'll talk about the value of the Yoruba worldview in modern times. Just two points. So Mrs. Edumayekemi, please can you go? Let me give you the honors. Are you there?
Thank you, everybody. But all I have to say is that all the contributors have been great. I've learned so much. Thank you, everyone, for the listening. I'll pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so Mrs. Edumayekemi has not much to say. Apologize. I have to drink water. Um. All right, no problem. So let's go to the. Does anybody have any question? And if you have anything to say, you can actually raise up your hand and come up, so we can make this conversation. Except you don't want to. You don't have any questions. Okay. Somebody asked a question. What is an Odu? Wow. Um. Odu. Odu is a mystery. Is a womb. Is the womb, and it represents feminine energy. So Odu is like the mystery womb, the one that you can that gives birth to the reading, the energy, the vibratory energy at the moment. When you cast Ifa, the Odu gives birth to the Odu Ifa that would announce the energy that's happening at that moment. And Odu is also the mystery, because when you go to Tefa, you're actually going to see the Odu itself, which is the feminine energy. So Odu is a mystery, the womb, the mystery of the womb. So the mystery of the womb is the natural womb, you can't see it. It's inconspicuous. You can't see it outside, but it's working from inside. And this is how nature works. Is manifesting from within. So the Odu itself is an internal causality of the physical reality. So when we cast and we try to get the Odu, we are trying to give birth. We are trying to the Odu to give birth by consulting Ifa. So the artistic or the action side of it is the masculine energy. The Odu is the feminine energy. So we send the normally, as the feminine energy and the masculine energy operate on natural um, nature, whereby you have sex with a feminine energy, or you go into a sexual intercourse, which is a very powerful force. So the Ifa, your Pele, and they interplay with the unseen forces and derive it from the womb, derive the Odu from the womb. So that is Odu. So I'm going to speak on the value of the Yoruba worldview in modern times. Like, I think Mr. Ifadari has already actually spoke on this, made a reference to it in terms of okay, somebody came up, in terms of spiritual holistic understanding. Now, what we have now is we have a divided and fragmented understanding of reality. We are not seeing reality from the Ori, we are seeing it from the Orita, right? So this is the reason why we don't have an holistic understanding of reality. We are not connected with the Ori Eleda. We are only seeing it from the Orita. The Orita can just tell you the materialistic reality. It can never tell you the underlying phenomena that governs the materialistic reality. So whether consciously or consciously, Ori creates the internal world. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, Ori creates the internal world. So the Ori, if we can step back and understand, as white people has already said, that consciousness is the fundamental nature of reality, which all set of facts, or I would say all awareness rest upon. So let me give you an example now. Somebody dies, they say it, or maybe the person goes to coma, he loses consciousness. Whatever that is happening outside of him has no idea of it, because he needs consciousness for it to understand reality. So if your perception of consciousness is based on your internal causalities, your Ori, right, where you are directly observing your consciousness, right, you see that the outer part of you can be understood holistically. Somebody spoke about Egbe. Egbe is like soul connectivity. They say soulmate, astral mate. They are soul connectivity. Egbe is can also, like, this phenomenon of Yori, which now goes into Egbe, right, is the ability for us to understand that everything is connected. Everything is connected. And also the depth of the connectivity and the emotion. Now let me give you an example. Now you meet somebody, the person, you feel connected to that person. I feel so connected to this person, although you don't know the person from any, but you feel like you know the person before. That's because your soul and that person's soul is connected. Now, to work with the energy of Egbe is to become more sensitive, is to become more sensitive on the connectivity level. whereby your soul, which is disconnected from the feeling of the universe, of itself as a creator, of itself as the consciousness, that without the consciousness you cannot see the world. If you lose consciousness now, you cannot see, you cannot move your hand, you cannot move your head, you can't move your head, you can't move any part of you. You're just going to be there. And if you end up dying, it means that the enemy is out of your body plus your consciousness. So now, to understand that consciousness, and egbe, when egbe becomes active, it means that the person is, their soul is connected, has the ability to connect to the universe, because everything is connected. Everything is connected even on a physical and a metaphysical level. Everything is connected. We breathe in oxygen, the air breathes out oxygen, and we breathe out carbon dioxide. That's a connectivity. We feed on animals, we feed on air, we feed on water. Everything is connected. So everything is connected, even on a conscious level, from the soul perspective. So we are understanding the world from that original perception that Olodumare has endowed us to be, our natural nature. That is how we can see the world in an holistic manner. That is why a Babalawo can speak on many conversations, because he understands it from the consciousness within, the consciousness that pervades the universe and links everything together. The cosmic, in fact, science proves it now that everything is conscious. We are living on a conscious planet. Because if it's not conscious, how come plants find a way to survive? They communicate within themselves. They even release certain toxins if there's an attack on them. Like if you attack one tree, it can send the signal to other trees, and they will tell themselves that release this toxin so that this person, that is coming to attack us, we can protect ourselves. That's even a form of self-preservation. So now, even the animals, they have their own consciousness. So the consciousness is not a thing that is imagined, it is there. So it's like you're connecting with that source that provides you with the reality of the world. And also, this holistic, you can give us an holistic understanding. Number one, the liberalism of the Yoruba people, right, can also be seen as the understanding of the mysteries of Ori, because no Ori is the same. No, not every, what me I need is not what the other person needs. Every Ori has its own Eleda, the divine power and the free will to create its world. That is why Yoruba people are free. They are liberal. They are liberal even in their family, in their community, in their ethnic. They don't like wahala. They are liberal people. They allow people the freedom because they understand that the Ori itself is is an Eleda. Is that's the power the Olodumare gave to it, the ability to create its own world. So this valuable insight developed by the Yoruba people, understanding the world from a holistic perspective, can help us as descendants of their ancestors to have a deeper view and ways to defeat our enemies through many various we have spoken about. Symbolism, the act of symbolism, a silent way of communicating within people in a community that other people from outside don't know. It's a mental it's a product of my mental imagery, because art is a form of mental imagery based on this is what Yoruba people believe. So this understanding of this spiritual perspective can help us. The good thing about the Western world is they've been able to analyze the outer world. That's why if you ask them what is air, they can tell you air is oxygen, air is this. So they can break it down to you in different molecules and names and everything and all that. If you ask them what is water, it's hydrogen plus oxygen. They can tell you what is this. But if you ask them what is spirit, they don't know. They don't know what spirit is. They don't know anything. But their understanding of all these physicalities can help us. Because we've gained the information from them. But the merging, the concocting all of this information and understanding that it is from within that unifies. The outward divides. The outward divides everything, but the inside unifies. So we can take these two things and unify these three aspects of education, whereby we bring the metaphysics, the unity, the liberal part of us, where we understand that no Ori is the same, no Idile is the same. The Iwe Idile tó ń ṣe níbí báyìí, ó yàtọ̀ sí ìwọ̀ ìdílé mi, and the professional together. It can help us in terms of facilitating our educational system and how we see the world. So I'm going to have to save water for a bit. Another way the Yoruba, the value of the Yoruba worldview is collective mental power. One of the Africans' greatest defeats is mental defeat, and the source is nothing but self-knowledge and cultural identity. If we embrace self-knowledge, which is understanding the human body, the human mind, and the spirit, as structured in our society, in our Yoruba information. And this is the thing here. We have to understand that every culture in the world has found a way to understand the human spirit and the human mind and the human body. They've developed their own way, their systematic way, which they build their culture upon. If you see the Indians, they put this red thing on their face. This red, I don't know whether to beautify, but it's not really a beauty. It's a spiritual meaning, because what they're doing is they're putting something on their third eye to pay the attention there. So when people gaze at them, their attention can go there, and it kind of energize that part of their face, that part of their head. So the truth of the matter is, every culture in the world has their own spiritual um, practices, or their own spiritual beliefs, and their own epistemology. So this provides them with self-knowledge. This provides them with who they are, not what they are doing. It provides them with their human information, basically. So the only reason why Ifa is most valuable to us, because Ifa can give us all the secrets. We don't have to go to the Indians to go look for secrets. They won't even give you their secrets incomplete anyway. So we have the resources available to us in our own community. We can take use of it and build a mental power, because as of now, Africa's number one African problem is mental defeat. If we go by the Yoruba worldview, we take charge of Yori and become the creator of our world. We create the society based on how we see it, how we envision it. The difference in what we have now is the Ori Ode is more active, and it promotes intellectualism, than the Ori Inu, which promotes inner wealth. I think Mr. Kemi spoke about it before. Inner wealth. There's an inner, which is the beauty, the iwa, the inner internal beauty within us. The orinu promotes iwa, which is the internal beauty. In fact, most of us we are business minded, we have our own business. We realize that the intellectualism is a part of it in terms of acquiring skillful people. But if you have somebody that is bad in character, it will not last. The business will never last. So we are even looking for, and when you even want to apply for jobs, they'll tell you what are the qualities you have, leadership and all these things, requirement. These are the qualities that we already know they are looking for. So if we can go into the Yoruba worldview, right, we merge the inner with the outside, intellectualism with the orinu. Imagine how powerful we are. I don't need to emphasize on that. Now, most of the reasons why we confuse, especially of now, we confuse the intellect and the mind. The intellect and the mind are not the same. The intellect is the section of the mind that can reason. So let's talk about the mind. Um, there are three levels of the mind: the conscious, the subconscious, and the unconscious. The Oriode possesses the qualities of the conscious mind, and the Orinu possesses the qualities of the subconscious and the unconscious mind. Now, let me give you the two examples. We are awake now, we're using a conscious mind. We're conscious about everything that's happening. But when we go to sleep, we've lost consciousness, but we're still conscious because we can say that we went to sleep. But when we are asleep, right, we are in the realm of the subconscious. And this is why the mind and the intellect are not the same. Because the mind can drive us to do things without thinking, based on our preferences. We find that the people are so many things take your time, right? You try to, focus. You can't really focus. There's no concentration on things that you really want to do. You're distracted. There's what's it called? This thing they call it. What's it called? Procrastination. Because um because of the what's it called? The programming of the conscious mind and the unawareness of the subconscious mind. Now, we've spoken about the Ori and the Orita before. The Ori is a sensory, the one that pick things from outside and then it puts it into the subconscious mind. The subconscious, where you dump your memories, where you create your world, where everything you've created that particular day or over the time, the subconscious processes it and gives it birth to you as a reality. So the subconscious controls, in a way, has power over the conscious. Because if the consciousness is not aware, this is how the mind went from intellectualism. So you can find that people might be intelligent, but there are many various of their aspect that is not put together. There's the mere part of their internal being that is not well organized. They are also still distracted by many things, by their needs, by their wants. They take certain actions that are not rational. They are not, that you just find out that why did you do this? I don't know. I just did it because we are not aware of what we are putting into the subconscious, the memories we're making, the actions we're taking. We're only decoding, we're only analyzing the world with our intellect, and we assume that that's the mind. But the mind itself is more powerful than the intellect. The mind is more powerful than the intellect. The mind can create our reality based on what we give to it. And we also have the unconscious part of it. The unconscious part is where we have what's it called? The fears, the anxieties, and also the untapped potentials. There's so many things that we're going to do in the next 30 years and we never thought we could do. That's because we have an unconscious part of us that can be developed depending on the skill or the habits that we take. Now, if we talk about habits, habit is also a part of the subconscious. The habits are product of what we have developed over time that we like to do. And the subconscious is playing it for us based on the input, the unconscious input that we are putting into the subconscious. And then we define it as us. But that's not us. The only thing we are doing is, it's so funny that we lose taste. Like some things we like 10 years ago is not what we like today. So what we assume that it's us today is not going to be what we are tomorrow. But the suffering comes when we cannot let go of the that's when you now have people that are addicted to certain things because they have programmed their mind to respond to certain things like watching porn or doing whatever it is that makes you feel happy. You've programmed your mind to think in that perception. So your subconscious mind will program your reality around you to be in that what's it called? That reality. So we see that the mind and intellect are not the same thing. So the moment we start to understand that the mind can be programmed by other people, the white people has programmed their mind through their industries, their institutions, their religion, their educational system, that we are not dependent on economically. They've programmed our mind to think in just one direction. That is why we cannot let go of their religion because our conscious mind feeds on these religious beliefs every day. And when we go to sleep, the subconscious mind processes the emotional attachment, the feelings that we have, the thoughts that we have there, and presents it even in a more deeper and vocal way and gives it to us. And we think we're intelligent. When we are defending Jesus Christ, or just like we are defending with so much passion. It's not because it's not because that deep down we don't know the um discrepancies between these things, reality and the thoughts. We know it, but we are attached. We've created a reality. And so we see that it's even dangerous for us to know the properties of the original because if you don't know it, you can be programmed. A lot of people are programmed by social media now. In fact, I did my Instagram for over a year. I've never felt so much peace in my life. I've visited my social media. Like people are addicted. It's not like they are not intelligent, but they are not aware that the programming of the mind, the subconscious, what you do, what you pay attention to, would be what your subconscious will feed to you when you wake up. And a lot of philosophers, a lot of scientists they've spoken about this aspect of us. So we as a people, this is how the Yoruba worldview can help us to take charge of our mind, take charge of what we are putting into it, and know exactly what are we putting into it. You know, program to become the eleda, to become the ori eleda of our of our mental processes. So we don't have to rely on other people for information. We assume that information is relied, or we are consumers based on material things. We're not just consumers based on material things, we're consumers even in knowledge. We rely on them for their perception of reality. We rely on their science for them to perceive science. Oh, science says this, we have to mix this, we have to do. We don't have our own real understanding of what it means. We don't have it. We don't even rely on it. We don't even try to observe and see where are these people bringing this from. We rely on their medicine as the best, rely on whatever, so we'll keep feeding on their mental processes, whether it is wrong or right, we don't know. But we feed on their mental processes and assume that we are intelligent by feeding our mental without knowing that the mind itself is not just capable of intelligence. The mind is capable of many things. The mind is capable of giving you a reality depending on the information you put to it, depending on the input that you put into the subconscious. The mind has the ability to do that. So these are the 2 points of that I put down, and I hope that's helped people. And there's a particular theme I picked over the weekend from watching a movie called Sankofa. I don't know if anybody has seen it. Sankofa was a movie that a lady was teleported back to the past to relive the slavery era. And the Sankofa principle says that looking back, because there's a symbol of Sankofa where a bird is looking back and picking an egg from the back. So looking back and looking into the past and bringing what is needful into the present. That's what Sankofa emphasizes on. So it's important that we look to the back. Look, how did our forefathers, what were they thinking about? How did they construct, how did they see the world to bring it into the modern realities? So that we're not just, it's not just for our mental power, also for our protection, for us to protect and guard what comes into our mind. How do we know that is real? How do you know that Jesus Christ is real? How do we know that Mary existed? How do you know that God is even real? You know, we start to ask all these questions. Then we start to say, okay, how did we come about all of this? Because of the information that we've been given, not because of our own direct what's it called interpretation of reality. It's based on what somebody has programmed us to think like. So we become robots at the end of the day if we follow other people's mental process. So I think I am going to allow. I think Dems, you came on stage, so you can.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Hello.
hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Firstly, I want to say thank you for the teachings and all that. I'm really, it's really educative, and I really appreciate, all the information. But I want to get a clearer picture, and I want to apologize also for taking you a little bit back, and it has to do with the Orinu and Ori Ita, as in the Hina. And I also understand, based on what you said, that awareness is the key. I actually totally get that in terms of understanding your inner person, the Orinu. And based on what you said also, that the Orinu, influences the Orita. And so I would like you to go a little bit deeper into the awareness part. Like, what can I or what can we do to feed or to edify the Orinu more? You know, and also let me go back to one of your analogy in terms of consciousness when you said that maybe when one is looking at another person in front, or you're looking at your front, and you're conscious that someone is behind you, and I want to believe also that that's based on awareness and you training your inner mind, or the orinu now. Also, I understand um, the ifa concept that you talked about in terms of um, asking questions from ifa with regards to the spirituality and all that. But I want to go a little bit away from that concept in the sense that besides consulting Ifa on, like, oh, what does my Ori want in terms of maybe making ebo and things like that, how can one really edify, the Orinu, build it up, and let me give another clue. to what I'm saying in terms of like when some people would sleep, right? And they would say, "Oh, someone showed me in the dream on how to do A, B, C, D," and like they wake up and they can do it. And I'm thinking, I may be wrong, and I stand corrected. I'm thinking that's their Orinu, being developed to that level, and the Yoruba concept also of like if you're walking towards someone's house, or you want to go visit someone, then think about first your call and yeah, but you know you understand. And again, that's the awareness part I want to believe that you're talking about. But so going back to my question is how, besides awareness, is there something else that one can do? Because I strongly believe that once you can speak to your Orinu, then things would, get much easier for you in life because understanding what your Orinu wants. Because again, we would also know that Orita wants the great things. Oh, I need this car, I need this thing. But Orinu, once it's settled inside, like in the spirit, then making it manifest is much easier. But once it's not settled inside, and then manifestation will become so difficult. If 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 I'm making sense.
Yes, you are. You are making absolute sense. But the answer is in awareness. The answer is
Yeah.
that's the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
The answer is in awareness. The truth of the matter is the awareness is what
Right.
reveals, is what reveals, because I can tell you from my own experience, but like I said, Ori is not the same. It what reveals your Ori to you. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you the steps at which you can utilize, which is number one, becoming to developing a conscious aspect of your life. Start becoming conscious of yourself, conscious of your actions from within, without any judgment, without saying, "This is who I am. This is not who I am." Just observe yourself. Even when you act like that's not what you think you are, observe yourself and try to understand why you did that. Observe the what motive. That is why the subconscious is deep. Like the subconscious would not show you. Mr. Kemi, do you want to say something?
Oh, sorry, sorry. I think my hand mistaken. I'm driving, so I have it close to my ears. So that will
Okay,
happen. I'm sorry.
okay. Oh, no problem. That is why the subconscious is deep. I'll give you an example. Where do memories come from? Where do I was meditating one day. That's how I discovered subconscious. I didn't even read about it. I had an experiential knowledge of subconscious. So I realized that memories just come from somewhere, from nowhere, just pop up. Memories that you've thought you've forgotten, you've healed from, will come up. I remember, I'm like, where are these things coming from? Níbo ni kíni yìí ti wá? Like memories that you've thought you are, maybe somebody broke your heart, you thought you healed from it, but you did not address, you just jumped it in your subconscious mind. Now your subconscious mind will program you, because if somebody comes and loves you again, you feel like the person is not genuine. It's not because of you have rationalized the feeling based on your previous feeling. So your hormone will program your response to that person naturally based on the feeling that you baggage into it. So first of all, you have to be aware. You have to be aware of what you're putting every day into your mind. Or know that your mind is present. Because if your mind is not present, you won't have memory. Your memory will not come back. But we live life like we don't have any memory to deal with. And that's why you find that a lot of older people, they just sit down and they are just quiet and just thinking, because all the things they have kept in their mind will come out and start showcasing itself, bringing the okute sin, esemayonta. So you have to regularly deal with the emotional aspect of you and not push it aside and not treat it and say it doesn't exist. You must find your own way to deal with all these things and deal with your past baggages, the things you've acquired unconsciously. Purification. So these are the ways you can develop your reno. First of all, purification is very important. Imototo. That's why even the Obatala, that is the Irumole of creativity, it is, they say Obatala ń jí nínú àlá, ó ń sìn nínú àlá, ó ń jí nínú àlá dìde. Meaning Obatala, Obatala is sleeping in purity, in white clothes, in cleanliness, because he's the one that actually He's the one that created our consciousness. He's a deity. So it is clean. Your consciousness is clean. So you must be in a purified way. But purity is deep because there are many parts of you that makes you to make up who you are today. And this is why if we can go on this path, our children will not have much baggage to deal because we are trying to make them live in a conscious manner. We're not just trying them to move in an unconscious manner. We're trying to give them, reduce their by understanding that their senses are what gives their inner, that fits their inner ability. Takemi, do you want to say
Olori,
something?
please, when you are done with this, let me quickly say something about this subconscious. I mean, the being conscious and the subconscious part of us.
Okay, no problem. So this is how me I got to discover. I discovered it through meditation. Nobody told me anything about subconscious. I discovered it on my own. But at the end of the day, I went to read about it and I realized, oh, okay, this is what it really means. Because I had to ask myself some questions. Where are all of these things? Where are they coming? Where are they popping? I thought I forgot about them. I thought I dealt with them, but it wasn't like that. I didn't deal with them. They were just there. They were programming how I saw reality, how I responded to reality. Another thing is developing your intuition, becoming sensitive to energies, becoming sensitive to your intuition, how you know things, how you perceive things. Only you run ifura logun agba. Ifura means the ability to sense your body. Even Baba Akwela said something like, if somebody wants to have money today, you will know. Your body will just tell you that, work on board, your coffee for it's because we are not paying attention to the language of the body, how the body talks. In fact, before you fall sick, your body would have told you that Koto did, yeah, 1 2 days, it doesn't knock down. Like your body is communicating with you regularly because your body is functioning, your body is working. So you have to develop your intuition, and the intuition helps you understand the expression of your body in a vibratory way, an emotional way, in a sensory way, whereby you sense things. You sense when somebody is coming. You sense when a person with a negative energy is around you. You can sense it. You can feel the person's energy that this person, no, I need to move. That's why our people, our money for Agba. Oh, Agba doesn't just work, they work based on their perception. So this is how you build your, there's nothing, and also Ifa, by consulting Ifa and getting closer to Ifa. But you can also do something called meditation, which I do. You can meditate. Meditation is, you have to go research about it, read more about it. Its ability to observe your mind, to become aware of your mind from the inside. You're trying to observe your mind and become aware of your mind. And also, I think one of the things you can do is to be silent. Try to be silent. Try, because everything rises from silence. Sound is on the surface, silence is on the in. Now we go to bed, we become silent automatically, whether we like it or not. We have to be silent to rest in order to move. So the rest state is where you are silent and inactive. But there are other activities that are going on that are not vocal. We must not be on the vocal level. We must not operate on that level. The level is a superficial level. But we have a process every day. Sleeping is part of life. 1/3 of our life is spent on sleeping. And when we sleep, we don't talk, we just sleep. We're in silence. We are going into the realm of silence, and we're going into the realm of dreams. It might not dream, might not be a deep state or whatever. So these are the ways you build your, by paying keen attention to yourself, to your mind, to your inner being. That's how you develop your, this is how you communicate, by developing your intuition, by getting close to your fire and becoming silent. Silence, not just by your mouth, silence from the mind. How to silence. In funny thing is, if you try to silence your mind now, you find out that that's the most difficult thing you can ever do in your life. You cannot. That's because you're not in control. You're not in control of your mind. Your mind is going to be moving here. It's going to be drawing you here, drawing you there, moving you there. Didn't you see? Remember that thing? Remember that stuff? Remember, you are highly distracted because you've not been able to consciously build your I hope I've been able to answer your question. Mr. Kemi has left. I think we have Mr. Olu on stage.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Olu, you can go ahead. Mr. Olu, are you there? Obi Akoshe, I can see you on a call. I don't know if you're here. Can you hear me? Okay. I think Mrs. Kemi has given her last submission, so we'll probably end the room shortly because I don't think anybody else wants to talk. So I'll just say this. Sorry. Lastly, is this conversation is to enlighten us to think deeply and ask questions, and also listen to the ways of our ancestors and to begin to follow their footsteps in how they see the world and how they navigate the world. We must begin to develop Ogboinu, Ojinu, Iwainu. We must begin to look deeply into our inner world, the inner subtle world that nature doesn't. It's not nature. If you plant a seed today, right? Nature doesn't do gra and tell you this is how it's going to come out, but the process will just naturally work. The whole process, there are a lot of process that is happening that we are not seeing or we're not even paying attention to. The fact that water rain falls and the plant takes it, part of the rain that falls, take the sunlight. All these processes are internal processes, and the internal mechanical works of nature that partakes, silent works that partakes in all this growth. So we must be able to go within. And also, this lecture is supposed to help us survive better as a people and also build communal unity, and also changing the thought process of our children and enlightening them in the right way. I think it's very important that we have to understand how we got here and why we are here in the first place. The white man programmed us from the moment he came to our land. He programmed us by giving us the Bible and taking our land from us. I think there's a African president that says we close our eyes as the white man asks us to pray, and by the time we open our eyes, he has taken away our land, he has given us the Bible, and he was holding the hands of land. So basically, to begin to have a new light in terms of being conscious of how we change the thought process of our children and enlighten them in the right way. And lastly, I would for people who want to. No, you didn't even on mic on you didn't even on tap your mic, Mr. Olu. Can you like release your mic if you want to ask a question? Can you unmute your mic? I mean, Mr. Olu, can you hear me? Your mic is not unmuted. So if you want to ask a question, you can unmute it. For people who would what's it called? Ask would like to have a understanding of some of the references. I put some of the references together, so I'm going to put them in the chat. I'm going to put them in the chat so you can go read from these references. Okay, I think I've put that in. Okay, I've put this one in the room before. Okay, let me just put it. Sorry, let me put it up there so people you can actually go and read them yourself. But honestly, most of the things I know today is not just by reading; it is also by practicing Ifa as a Onisese worshiper, so devotee. So most of the things I know is based on my own experiential knowledge that I have gotten through Isheshe practice. Mr. Ifadari, thank God you are back. They've left only me on this stage to, to handle this conversation, but it's going good. Mr. Ifadari, can you hear me? So I'm also going to send some of I'm sending most of the materials, references. You can go read about them, and maybe some of the questions you have will be answered. So by you analyzing these things yourself. So I'm posting them on the chat. You can go check out some of the articles and books. Just Google them and you get the Mr.
Uh,
Ifadari. Yeah,
yes. So,
you're back.
did-
Okay.
yeah. Sorry about that. I had an important call. So,
It's okay, it's fine.
um,
Do you want to share something with us before we close the room?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I just want to talk about the Yoruba worldview, about truth and also about, gender. And it's going to be brief. And, hopefully talk about the, Ifa and the Ifa divination system real quickly. In Udu Osha Utura, it says that the truth is the character of Olodumare, and Ifa is the truth. So Ifa is the character of Olodumare. So what is Ifa? Ifa is the totality of Yoruba knowledge. It's a compendium of Yoruba, history, Yoruba cosmology, Yoruba mythology, Yoruba epistemology, Yoruba metaphysics, and Yoruba moral, natural, and spiritual philosophies. So it's the totality of Yoruba knowledge. How do we access this knowledge? We access it by using something called the Ifa divination system. It's a literary corpus. It's an oral system, but it has a structure to it. It's a robust database system with 16 excuse me, 16 hierarchical data structures. These 16 hierarchical data structures comprise of 16 symmetric data tables and 240 asymmetric data tables. The 16 symmetric data tables are what we call ujudu, and the 240 asymmetric data tables are what we call apolaudu, or omodu. In style, structure, and poetic sublimity, no literary corpus developed in Africa, perhaps even in the world, um, is comparable to Ifa divination system. Ifa divination system, um, was developed in Yoruba land, and it's from Yoruba land that it spreads to the rest of the world. Even the Afa divination system that you find in Igbo land, it's a subset of Ifa divination system. Though structurally, it's a little bit different from Ifa divination system, because the Alpha divination system is a 4x2 system, meaning that it has 4 legs. Ifa has 2 legs, as we know, because it has to fit into that Yoruba dualistic worldview. It has, it's a base 2 system, meaning that it's based on the concept of zeros and one, the single and double mark. When you combine that iteratively, you get the 256 Odu Ifa. The totality of the Ifa divination system is premised on what I described earlier as the concept of Tibitiri, which is complementary dualism. Um, that's what the totality of the Ifa divination system is based on. We have to understand that the Ifa divination system is a Yoruba, it's a technological system, and the concept of Tibitiri is a Yoruba, natural philosophy. So our science, technology, is premised on that concept of Tibitiri, Ejiwapo. We also have to understand the Yoruba worldview of gender. In Odu or Sheltura, when the original Romulands came to the planet to make the world habitable for human beings, was 16. Out of the 16, Oshun was the only female amongst them. When they got to the world, they were going about carrying out their assignments. Unfortunately, the 15, the males, they were not reckoning with Oshun, because Oshun, as we know, very beautiful, very deity, and they thought that she would not be able to carry out the assignment given to her because of her beauty, and because of things that things that she was doing as a female. So they ignored her. And then unfortunately they could not achieve, they could not accomplish their assignments. So they were recalled um, back to Orun by Olodumare. So when they got there, they told Olodumare, well, we couldn't achieve anything, we couldn't accomplish anything. We were working every day. tirelessly, but we couldn't achieve. Olodumare looked at them, scolded them, and said, "Well, the reason why you could not achieve anything is because you were not reckoning with the feminine energy amongst you. um symbolically, you have one male female energy that's balancing out 15 male energies. That should tell you how significant the female is, especially in the Yoruba worldview and Yoruba cosmology. So Olodumare Mosai told them to come back to the world, and finish the assignment so that the world be habitable for human beings. But at this time, they need to reckon with the issue. They need to work with that, because if they don't work with that, they will not accomplish anything. So they came back, and then they started working with Oshun, and everything that they embarked on actually was fruitful. They were able to finish the assignments, and they returned, to Orun, to be with Olodumare. So, in other words, this worldview, we can tell from Odu or Sheltura that the Yoruba people are not misogynistic. Any form of misogynistic behavior that you see in Yoruba society today came during the introduction of Abrahamism to Yoruba land. The Yoruba people, they respect women. The Yoruba people, they believe, that the feminine energy, for the energy on this planet to balance, in nature to balance, the male and the female have to come together and work together. The female cannot be relegated. Um, there has to be harmony between the male and female energy for the world to move forward. So naturally and fundamentally, Yoruba people are not misogynistic. We can see it in Odu Sheltura, and that is why in antiquity, most the Yoruba women were the ones that control the market. They were the market women. They were the financiers. A lot of the expeditions that the Yoruba warriors went to were financed by Yoruba women, because they were the financiers. The men, of course, were the farmers, they are the hunters, and then the female, they stay at home, they go to the market, and then they balance that male energy. So so basically that's what I want us to know. And also, when you look at the Ifa divination system, earlier I was talking about the concept of Ibi and Ire, the Okbele, and the Ikin. If you look at both, let's just say the Okbele. If you look at the Okbele structurally, it's a 4 by 2 matrix system. It has four rows and 2 columns. Each so it has 2 legs. Also, you have the right leg and the left leg. Each leg has 4 tokens, right? Each token has 2 sides, a concave and a convex. What each of these tokens, what each of the tokens, what it's doing is that it's tracking human thought, because when you get to the crossroad, the governor of the crossroad issue, you have to make a decision at the crossroad, decision to go, right or left, which is symbolically just means Ibi and Ire. So now you want to narrow, that decision into one, and the way you can narrow into one is by engaging in information, gathering through periodic divination. So when you do divination, um, you can now proceed and say, okay, this is the path that I should take, the path of Ire or the path of Ibi, and you get that, using the Okbele or the Ikin. So that's why each token in the Okbele, on the Okbele, has 2 sides, concave and convex. It's equiprobable, because every thought that we have in our head carries two energies, and those 2 energies are equal probable. They are mutually exclusive. It can either be true or false, male or female, good or bad, Ire or Ibi. So that's how it works. So basically, the Upwell essentially is tracking human thought, and making sure, and reducing that thought into one that will channel one's Ori to the right path, which is path of Iri. So that's essentially what the Ifa divination system is doing. And Ifa divination system, according to Yoruba worldview, is based on induction, meaning that it's experiential and it's based on historical data. If something, so if you have an event in the past, and these events, and these events, the problems are similar. The According to Yoruba worldview, the solution will also be similar, and that's induction. Problems, the problems are similar, the solution will be similar. The events are similar, then the outcomes will be similar. That is why when you have a problem, the babalawo will go into the Ifa literary corpus based on the signature that comes out of the Okpele or Ikin. The babalawo will look back to the Odu and recite all these stories. Those stories are historical data. It will pick one that fits your own problem, and then recommends the same solution um, from the past or the historical data. And so knowledge in Yoruba land is inductive. So, and the prediction is made by induction. So we have to understand that. So um, Yoruba worldview is not static; it changes. As I said previously about the concept of Baku, the concept of the king's nephew, becoming the king, and also giving power to the people with the establishment of the Yomisi and the Bashorun being the traditional prime minister. It's not static; it's something that's always constantly being reappraised to fit uh, the the um, the ethos of the modern age. So let's not get bogged down by saying, "Oh, this is how we do in the past, and we cannot reappraise it, we cannot change it." No, worldview is meant to change, but what we need to do is we need to preserve some of this knowledge that has served us in the past. We know Isheshe, our language, is a form of capital, so our language has to be preserved and promoted. We know our culture. Has to be preserved and promoted. We know our identity has to be preserved and promoted. We know our mythology has to be, preserved and promoted, and also our philosophies. So those things, they've elevated us in the past, and they continue to elevate us. So we have to elevate those things. We cannot relegate them. We cannot dismiss them. We cannot dismiss our language just because we want to be in this contraption called one Nigeria, because um, it's not enough to just talk about Yoruba worldview without attaching that Yoruba worldview to Yoruba nation. Ultimately, what we need to do to really preserve this worldview is to have our own nation, because within the context of one Nigeria, we are losing our worldview and we're losing who we are. So it's by fighting for Yoruba nation that we can actually preserve our worldview and even amend it. Without our own nation, which is Yoruba nation, we'll not be able to do this. So um, nations are built on certain fundamentals, and those fundamentals are collectively called Isheshe. And part of that Isheshe is, Yoruba worldview, Yoruba language, Yoruba philosophy, everything that we've talked about thus far. That's Yoruba Isheshe, and that's what we need to build, you know, our nation on. Yoruba language is a liturgical language of Ifa. Ifa is not isolated to Yoruba land alone. It's practiced around the world, including South America. When people want to learn Ifa, they have to, learn Yoruba. So we cannot let that language, we cannot let it die, because if it dies, our literary corpus, our knowledge base will die, our epistemology will die. And if your epistemology dies, you cannot develop technologically and scientifically. So all these things have to be preserved. Worldview is not static, it's dynamic. We need to constantly reappraise it to fit with the modern age. Thank you.
Ah, my mic doesn't want to unmute. Thank you very much, Mr. Father. That was really, really nice. Really, really nice. The fact that worldview is eroding because we are not utilizing the principles and the tools that we're supposed to utilize to enhance the worldview. We're not seeing things from the perception of our ancestors or how the ancestors see the world. So our worldview is eroding. And in the, during the contraction of Nigeria, because we're working on another societal construct, mental construct, and institution, of course, the worldview will keep eroding based on this principle. I don't want to take much time. I saw your question, Mr. Olu, but I think Mr. Kemi wanted to say something before, so I want him to go. Then I'll answer your question. Mr. Kemi, you can speak on the subconscious you want to talk about. Mr. Kemi, are you there? Okay. If he's not there, I would like to ask you a question, Mr. Olu. I think the question is what you're asking, because the subconscious mind itself is a feminine energy. And we have to understand why Yoruba people attach women to the night. The night is when, because the mind has its own circadian rhythm, just like the body has its own circadian rhythm. So the body follows the rhythm of the moon, the sun, and the earth. The mind also follows the rhythm of the moon, the sun, and the earth. So the outward temperature or weather, right? Your mind responds to that as well, including the day, because you have to go to sleep. If your mind does not record to that, you'll be dreaming in the day and active at night. So your mind has a program, natural program, whereby once it's at night, right, you go to bed and your mind also rests and then gives you another reality, which is your dreams, or if it's not your dream, whatever it is. So your mind has its own circadian rhythm. So at night, the most active during the day is the conscious mind. The most active at night is the subconscious mind, which is the passive, the one that is there, but it's just passive. We don't know that it's there. We just assume that it's not, but it's there. It's the one that programs the reality. So the only way you can be conscious of your subconscious is to know, first of all, identify that it's there. And secondly, to program your conscious mind in a more harmonious way with your inner Ori. Now, if what are the things, being conscious of what you're taking in, the information you're taking. Like I said, I've deleted my Instagram for over a year. I've never had more peace in my life, because you just find out that you wake up in the morning, you spend 2 hours on Instagram doing absolutely nothing, and you have other things that you need to do that are pressing in your life. In fact, the new modern age generation Z we suffer because of hunger, because those guys, social media 24/7, social media reactionists, and in fact, you find out that most people, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, their most of their this is why the social media life has become something that we want, so because we are engrossing, we are living in it, we are there, that's where we live, that's why we breathe. So people are in the toilet, they are doing social media, yeah, everything is social media now, because that is what we are feeding our senses with, that's what we're indulging our mind with. So how you can actually become aware of your subconscious, and the power of your subconscious is being aware of your conscious mind, and you first start to, let's just give yourself a week or two. Reprogram yourself consciously. Avoid the things that are distracting you and try to focus. The only reason why you're not focused is because you are addicted to things that are not in line with your destiny already. So you are watching social media, Instagram 2 hours. After Instagram, you go to Snapchat. Then after Snapchat, you go to another social media account. And all of these things, they are not. I'm just that's a part of it. That's not even the totality, that's a part of it. So they are not inclined with your destiny. So what you need to do is, like I said, the subconscious is a part. In fact, I link the subconscious with Odu, which is the Odu that Ifa, the Odu Ifa itself, because the Odu Ifa has the same qualities like subconscious mind. It's feminine, it's a womb. The subconscious is also a womb. The conscious is what gives birth to the reality that we face now. So the womb, the Odu, is also a womb. When you go and tefa, it's like you are merging your Orinu and your Oriode together. That's when you do it tefa. You're trying to align the both of them together. So that is why you go into the Igboro, you see Igbo Odu, is Odu that you see. You are foju kan Odu gangan, which is the feminine energy. According to, I've not seen the Odu before. I can't say that I'm not a woman. I'm a woman, I'm not a man. So, and this is why women don't, they are not what I say, women are not obliged to see the Odu, because it's a feminine energy. They already have it, they have the potential. And this is how they know that women have it, because Women are extremely sensitive. Men are mental, their mind, their brain is always active. They're thinking with their brain. But women have a connection with, because we forget that the brain itself, right, has the other part of us that also have their own level of communication, which is the heart, the kidney, the lungs. So the women are still, they are body oriented, like they are aware of their body, because they have to give birth, they have to be pregnant, they have to go through monthly cycle. So their body doesn't require, like, you don't have to be up here all the time. You can come down here. That is when you start becoming sensitive. A woman can say, mo de mo kini yi, wonder I should Jenny woman you need, but it's not like that. It's because she's sensitive, she's sensitive to the energy, and that's why and these things are part of women, and that's why they say women have egbe. It's not like women have egbe. Women are more intuitive. Everybody has egbe. Everybody has egbe, but our level of connectivity to egbe is what matters. And egbe itself is the ability to connect on the soul level, where your soul is active, your soul is present, your soul is sensitive to what is happening around it. So women are sensitive, especially when it comes to motherhood. You have children, and you can sense your children are crying. You can sense their pain. You can sense their emotion. You can sense their feeling. Something's happening. I can't say, because we are sensitive. We are very sensitive. So this is how you can grow your feminine aspect, to become sensitive, to become observant within yourself, to guide your intuition, and also your conscious life. How are you governing your conscious life? And that's the only way I know. Obìnrin Akoshe, I know you've been on stage for a while. Can you actually give your commission so that we can just end the room? Because it's been going on for over 3 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can. We're currently traveling, and I've been enjoying the conversation. And it's very, very, very depth of, I have to say, because I've been kind of overworking myself for the last several days. Um, can you guys still hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 I can. Yes, I
Okay.
can.
The contribution I wanted to make is that, um, you know, the problem is we are living in a country that has, essentially, there is no way out for Yoruba if we don't have a kind of autonomy within Nigeria, or separate ourselves from that country. It's just a slow process of dying. Look, for example, our brethren that were, that ended up in the transatlantic slavery, and the freedom that they were able to have in terms of freedom of religion and freedom of the mind. We see the things that they are doing in terms of Yoruba religion today, their understanding of who we are as Yoruba. We are even looking at it, and we are so proud of it. But guess what? On average, Yoruba are quick to run away from what it means to be Yoruba. And you cannot blame them. It's not everybody that has the luxury of having like the kind of knowledge you guys have been displaying today, talking about these things. It's not everybody. And the people that's going to come here and argue and dispute all of these things, you really can't blame them, because all their life they've been educated in a particular way, and that is the way in which they view the world. They don't really know that they are being reprogrammed. They are the inner core of their being has essentially been changed. They are operating with somebody else's nucleus. So what do you think they're going to? What behavior do you think they're going to display? So it's a privilege when you have the opportunity to actually know the right thing, and actually being able to think deeply. And I just don't know. everything that was said today, you cannot use, like the article you put here, you really can't use it to design the education of the average Yoruba child, because you are in Nigeria and you have a people that have a different kind of civilization that they subscribe to, and they happens to be the people at the helm of power. So if we want to bring our dreams to reality, if we want to teach our children a certain way, if we want to control our destiny, because essentially that's what it is, we are really at their mercy. That is why when I'm talking about Yoruba self-determination, it's beyond just for social for social gains. It's beyond just. Unfortunately, a lot of people, the reason they want self-determination is because they don't have jobs, they don't have good roads and electricity, all these things. They're looking at the superficial things. They're not really looking at the deeper things, because the reason why all of these things is not working is because you are unplugged internally. Your core has been unplugged. The thing that make you whole, that will make you produce those things, is already disconnected. That is why you have the leaders that they are no longer leaders. They've become something else. They don't even know that they've become something else. Their value system has changed. Yoruba value system is never centered on money and chasing money. It's not a capitalistic system, so to say. It's something bigger than that. But you see, you have a child that was raised to an adult on the value system of the Europeans that is corruptible, that doesn't have anything called Omoluabi in it, that doesn't even know what Omoluabi is. I remember looking on, was it on Twitter one day, and they were listing the values of Omoluabi, and some people are corrupting it. They put money there. Money. It was the reason why I invited my friend Mr. Senta Konchi here to come and give that lecture on Omoluabi, because these are the things that is being done to us as a people. So this is all going to continue. As long as we remain in Nigeria, there is no future. I'm sorry to sound pessimistic. You cannot use your worldview to design your educational system. You cannot use your worldview to design your government system. You cannot use your worldview to develop your technology, your science and technology, your medicine. You just cannot use it. So, sometimes, it is good to discuss these things because we just don't know who will be the person that's going to be able to take us to the promised land, so to say, or get us out of this mess, because we are already in the promised land. We just need to take control of our space. But what can we do when we really don't have power to effect all of these things? And even reading this article that you put here, she was talking about Yoruba Worldview in terms of education in Nigeria. It's a misnomer, because Nigeria is not Yoruba land. Yoruba land is just part of Nigeria right now. So we can use our own worldview, for example, and design an education system and force it on the Igbo. We cannot do that. It won't really connect with their soul. They will just become half-baked Yoruba, just like the way we are now, that we are half-baked Europeans, because that's what we are. Most of us that grew up in Nigeria and knows nothing until you go out of the world and you go out of that space, and maybe you get mixed with other cultures of the world, and then you start to reorient yourself. Then you start to look at it that, wait a minute, why are we like this? Then you actually realize that everything you think you have as a culture is actually not your culture. It is the culture of other people that you have now taken to be your own, with the exception of maybe some few superficial things. So, thanks for the lecture. I think it's a very beautiful session. The sessions that I was able to listen to was very informative, very educative. I'll encourage you to do more of it. Uh, you know, information is power. Maybe people will reconnect and be able to use whatever they learn here and take it back to their family and make some changes. When I was growing up, there was a show, a TV show that we used to watch. It's funny because they don't have programs like that anymore. And I know most people that grew up in the 80s, you know this show. It's called Ifa Oloku by Yemi Eleburubo. If you know how much that little show did, in terms of put ideas, planted a seed in the mind of somebody like myself, you will know how important it is to use your culture to design the programs, including the television programs that your kids are watching. So, I'm going to just end here. I think to be great, for any civilization to be great, you cannot use the head of somebody else to think if you want to be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Obiakoshe. Words of wisdom from Obiakoshe right there. So we cannot use another person's Ori to navigate our community. And also, we must understand that if we're not in charge of our Orinu, another person will program our Orinu for us. And we'll be moving on the Ori day, acting, thinking that we are actually in control, but we are not. The Orinu is being manipulated and programmed. It's being manipulated programmed by our desires, by our wants, our unconscious wants and desires, by other people who are conscious enough to program us. So we must understand that it's not just even about our identity, it's also about our own protection. It's for our own good. Because right now we are on a self-destructive path. We saw that even the plants know how to self-preserve themselves according to the species of the plant. They know how to self-preserve themselves. They found a way to. So if you don't have any way to guard yourself from external forces mentally, how do you protect yourself physically? So we see why we are defeated. Like, you see, one of the reasons why we are defeated in Africa, because the Orino is being programmed and directed by another Ori that has nothing to do with his own, and he's just giving it his own myopic understanding of reality, and we are all following it. So this is one of the reasons we must govern ourselves, and also one of the crucial reasons why we need to get Yoruba nation. Yoruba nation will represent Yoruba identity, we reformat and reprogram our mind, because we now have the freedom to become our own leader, to direct our where we want it to go and how we want it to move. But most important, it's important to understand how the Orino works. Lastly, I would end by saying this. I think it's very important that we should all look for ways to find solutions for our communal challenges. um i'm 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 currently doing that by using my time to learn more about Ifa and focus on the children in my community and how to help their consciousness. So I think it's very important that we don't think that somebody out there would help us shape our Ori. No, we must take control of our Ori and become the leader and integrate ourselves as the leader of our Ori, and take that responsibility. Nobody will find the solutions to our problems. We will be the ones to solve solutions to our problems ourselves. We must be able to learn to look for solutions of our problems. We must be able to learn to actually seek it and not wait for somebody to go and read and then come and tell you what the answer is, because everybody's perception is valuable. We must understand that the Ori is very important in terms of creating the perception of reality. Everybody here has their own perception of reality. You cannot understand what I understand the way I understand it. You only understand the way you can understand it. So there's an importance for your own perception. There's an importance for your input. So we must be able to utilize the power of Ori to find solutions for our problems and not rely on others. We can only do it together. Yoruba people say things. Ìgbálẹ̀ kan ò lè gbálẹ̀ mọ́, àgbéjọpọ̀ ọwọ́ ló máa ń ṣe nǹkan lódidi. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ní pé igi kan ò lè dágbó ṣe àfi tí wọ́n bá pọ̀ ló lè di igbó. So tá a bá pọ̀ la máa di igbó. We understand how the Yoruba see the world and how the Yoruba use the Ori to navigate the world. So let us start utilizing this awareness and this consciousness within ourselves to look for problems and to also seek for a better nation and a better community. Ori Agbewa. Whoever has anything to say before I shut the room can tap their mic or speak before I end the room. Does anybody have anything to say? Okay, so I'm going to shut down the room in one. Thank you very much for everyone that has been part of this conversation. Idmaikemi, Ifadari, Mr. Ifadari, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Obi Akoshe, lovely submission. Thank you so much. Everybody that's contributed and, asked questions and, taking their time to listen. Thank you so much. Olódùmarè á wà pẹ̀lú wa o. Olódùmarè á gbére kàn wá. Orí inú wa ò ní bà tòde wa jẹ́ o. Ashe. Thank you very much. I end the room now in peace. Ire.